order the City of Evanston Plan Commission meeting of Wednesday, April 14th, 2021. Ms. Jones, if you can call roll to determine whether we have a quorum.
Commissioner Draper,
Here.
Commissioner Hugo,
Here.
Commissioner Halleck,
Here.
Commissioner Johnson,
Here.
Commissioner Linwall,
Here.
Commissioner Rogers,
Here.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Here.
and Chair Isaac.
Here.
You do have a quorum.
Thank you. All right, next I'll need a motion for suspension of the rules so that we may conduct this meeting via Zoom due to the COVID-19 pandemic.
I
I
will
have to-
so move.
Is that Lindwall?
Well, it was.
All right, Lindwall's motion.
Second.
Draper seconds. Ms. Jones, if you can call roll for that.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
Chair Isaac.
Yes. All right, motion passes. All right, next on our agenda is approval of the meeting minutes from March 10th, 2021. Are there any comments or revisions from commissioners with respect to the draft minutes? Hearing none, is there a motion to approve the minutes?
I move to approve the minutes.
Commissioner Westerberg's motion,
Second.
and Draper second. Thank you, Ms. Draper. Ms. Jones again with the roll, please.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Abstain. Unfortunately, I missed the last meeting.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers.
I wasn't on the board yet.
This is true. Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
Chair Isaac.
Yes. All right, the meeting minutes of March 10th, 2021 are approved. The next order of business on our agenda is election of chair and vice chair. As an aside, I would like to welcome Matt Rogers to the Plan Commission. He's our newest member of the Plan Commission. He previously served on the Evanston ZBA and has over the years attended a few of our meetings and been a great resource for of opinion for various projects and amendments that have come through our meetings. And also today is my last meeting in which I will be a member of the Plan Commission, and so therefore we are having elections in April instead of December when they usually occur. So with that, Megan, did we want to do vice chair or chair first? I don't know. I don't remember what our normal method of dealing with that is.
I would think that is up to the commissioners. I think we have typically done the chair first.
Okay. Is there anyone that desires to serve as chair of the Plan Commission, or does anyone want to nominate a fellow commissioner?
I'd like to nominate Commissioner Linwall.
Well, thanks. Are you sure somebody else doesn't want to do this? I'm happy as vice chair. No?
Any other nominations or anyone else wanting to take take on the responsibility of being being chair of the commission?
Or a second to that nomination.
Oh, yeah.
I'll second Linwall.
Uh-huh. Thanks.
Okay, well, hearing none, I think we can just move with a voice vote. I will be abstaining from voting since I will not be participating in the next year's activities. All in favor of Commissioner Lindwall's appointment as chair of the Plan Commission, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All opposed?
Can I vote now?
All right. No, you
All
can't.
right. I accept.
Commissioner Lindwall, congratulations.
Thank you.
I presume that is Commissioner Lindwall going to take over for this meeting, or we're doing this prospectively for the for the next few meetings?
I think you should have the honor of closing out your tenure.
Okay. I'm happy to. It just dawned on me that we just had that election, and okay, yes. Okay. Then we now have a vacancy in the role of vice chair for the Plan Commission. Does anyone like that? Like to nominate themselves or nominate another commissioner for that position?
I'll if nobody else is volunteering, I'll nominate Commissioner Draper if she wants to take it.
Is that a nomination you would accept, Commissioner Draper?
Okay, yeah. Can take it.
Is there a
Your
second?
schedule's pretty open, Linwall, right? You're
Yes.
doing everything coming up.
Yeah, no, my river cruise this summer got canceled, so I should be around.
Is there a second to that nomination?
I'll second.
Oh, go ahead.
Commissioner Westenberg seconds. Any other nominations for the position of vice chair? All right, hearing none. Again, I think we can move forward with a voice vote. All in favor of Commissioner Draper's nomination as vice chair to the Plan Commission, say aye.
Bye.
Aye.
Okay, all opposed? Commissioner Draper, congratulations. You are the newest vice chair of the Plan Commission. All right. Next order of business.
I just
is
wanted
item
to-
number-
I just wanted to mention that I am moving my residence and I'm canceling all my emails and phones so no one can contact me, especially Commissioner Linwall and Draper.
Thank you for the vote of confidence here. Get to serve on our committees, though.
Let's see. Okay, so the next order of business is item 5A on our agenda, and that's a text amendment related to administrative review uses 21 PLND-0029. Ms. Jones, are you going to be presenting this?
Actually, we have two other staff members who are here this evening who will be presenting that. Paul Zamazak and Melissa Klatz. I believe they are both on the call.
Hello.
Is that,
Oh,
is that my cue to join, or
That
Melissa,
is
are you
your
gonna kick it
cue.
off?
I don't know if you
Um,
want to share your screens or.
Sure. So we'll start off with, we have a presentation that explains the current situation that we're in and why we are leading into this text amendment. So Paul, if you want to share your screen and start with that.
Will do. First of all, I want to thank you all for the opportunity to be able to present this tonight, and I'll be as brief as possible. I also want to thank you for your service on the Plan Commission. Really, really an important commission for this community. I'm coming to you from the Abbey Garth building at Judson and Lee. I live here in Evanston, and I appreciate all the work that you do. And Commissioner Isaac, thank you for chairing. I don't know how long your tenure was, but I appreciate how hard that work is. So I will share a presentation here. Let me get my tab going here. Just give me a second. All right, so are you seeing a presentation that says amending special use process?
Yes.
Thank you.
yes.
Melissa Klotz and I prepared this for the city council for, I believe it was in March, and this item was moved from the council onto Plan Commission consideration. So the in summary, the introduction, we are, I'm going to briefly go through current conditions, really the lifeblood of our economy in Evanston. Along with, by the way, along with our office businesses. I see Mr. Huco is serving on the commission, and we need Rotary back. We can't wait until September when you're feeling safe to come back. And I think I'm really hopeful that happens because our daytime population is really critical for our economy. We're looking forward to it. And thank you for your service on this commission as well. So I wanted, let's talk about those business district conditions. We'll talk about the current realities and the experiences we have with our regulations. I'll share a few examples, and then I'll pass it back to Melissa to talk about the technicalities of the recommendations that we're asking you to consider. I'm suggesting, as the economic development manager, and by the way, I didn't mention to you that I serve Evanston as the economic development manager, and I've been on staff for nearly 10 years. Prior to that, worked with the city of Chicago and for a number of consultants. Gene Linwall was one of my partners in many projects in the Chicago area. But we are fundamentally strong, even with the pandemic. But we were challenged before the pandemic. Retail apocalypse. This is the decline of retail storefront businesses and the rise of e-commerce. That's impacting us especially hard because we have Old Orchard just 3 miles to our west. It's a better location for retail, and it's a premium shopping center. So we are, from a retail perspective, we're really challenged. We also have this new commercial assessment tax system implemented by the assessor that has been particularly hard on commercial properties. In some cases, I'm not exaggerating, some commercial businesses or some commercial properties have quadrupled. That's not a typical case, but it has happened. Doubling is more common. So their tax bill had doubled over a 1-year period. And then finally, of course, the pandemic has really challenged us. All these photographs are copyrighted by me from my many neighborhood walks during this COVID lockdown. These are not, however. Evanston retail environment is really equivalent to what's happening nationally. Through a few headlines in from national newspapers, New York, Chicago, everybody's struggling. This is not an Evanston problem. This is a retail problem. So I'm arguing to to the Economic Development Committee and the City Council that our response to how we address this pandemic recovery is going to determine how long it takes to get through it and how sustainable it is. And I presented a number of items both in May of last year and September to the council and the Economic Development Committee, things that we could do, and I received pretty strong support for this checklist. We're working on a retail incubator with the university. We think we need a commercial food incubator. We're working on that. We're working on a new TIF district in the 5th Ward. We're pursuing early stages of one in far northwest Evanston to really get that Three Corners intersection, frankly, revitalized. It could be better. It could be a new West Evanston, Northwest Evanston Village Center for those neighbors. But what we're going to focus on tonight is the circled area, which is the building and zoning regulations. So really quickly, the foremost common businesses filling vacant spaces these days, every single one of them requires a special use. And I think almost every time it's approved, there's rarely any change. We focus on, I'll talk about this in a minute, but the 4 uses are type 2 restaurants, which is pretty much every restaurant that opens now. Fast casual restaurants where you order at the counter, sit down, maybe they call your number, or maybe they run it out to your table. And there's a minimal level of service, but there is service. It isn't fast food, it's fast casual. Indoor commercial recreation, which is really just, in this case, is gymnasiums, health clubs, gyms, that kind of thing. Small office, and then financial institutions. And these are examples of recent approvals that went through the special use process. And then I'm going to go quickly through this. You've been there, you live here, you know what it's like. You walk around, there's downtown Evanston is 20% vacant by storefront, by storefronts, not by retail space, but by storefronts. So you get off the train, you've got this long vacant LA 10. I stood in the middle of Sherman Avenue a few weeks ago at 10:30 a.m. and it's desolate. And this is what I'm saying. Rotary, we need you back. And, you know, we can't wait for you to come back, but we understand why you're gone. But it's quiet. Both sides of the street. We've got some key vacancies on high profile corners. Although I hate to tell you this, everyone, American Mattress is moving into that Market Fresh book space. Such a bummer, but that's what's happening. Panera Bread space. You know, one of the reasons this sits vacant is because the landlord takes a $55 base rent, and Panera Bread is looking to sublet it, and they're still paying rent. But this needs to be filled. Again and again, we'll just, you know, going through, in case you haven't spent any time, Main Street on a Sunday afternoon. Sunday is not the busiest market day, but you could pitch a tent in a parking spot. Vogue, thanks to some of your work and effort to get this through Plan Commission onto the council. Hopefully the redevelopment of that site starts soon. We hear about parking problems. I know there's a pandemic, but this is mostly what we experience on this parking lot on Main Street. The key vacancies here are US Bank. There is a potential user coming. They're working through their process. The space on, I don't know if you can see my arrow pointing, maybe not, but the main building, that space has never been filled, but there's a user strongly pursuing it. Dietrich moved around the corner, that space is available. The 900 Chicago Avenue building is mostly vacant at the base since the library moved out and CoLab is shrinking. Dempster Street, same thing. I won't go into it, but you know, Starbucks vacated. But there's still strong interest. I think my zoning colleagues would agree. There's a lot of interest, a lot of calls. for development. Maybe not retail store, filling vacancies, but there's still interest in, the pandemic will fade away and there'll be new development. So I've got pictured here the Bookman's Alley redesign. We're working on that with the law department now. How do we help make this a reality? One project up in the upper right-hand corner, I'm not sure if Plan Commission saw that. This might have been as of right. That's the Sojourner Church at the corner of Oak and Church Street. That's the back side of it. They're going to reuse the church and add an addition to it. And then the Fountain Square building is under renovation as we speak. The Vogue property, there's a new bakery opening, and this one on the bottom right is an earlier proposal for the Nissan repair shop. So again, these are significant investments that are proposed. Some are under construction, Evanston Gateway, the Palm House project, ready to open once they're cleared to do so. Estacion, taking over the former police outpost that was a French cafe for a few weeks before they bailed out. And Evergreen's under construction. 2030 Greenwood. So it goes on and on. There's a lot going on. But one of the things we're concerned about is, so that's just construction. We've got all these vacancies that need to be filled. And our current special use processes, I had already shared with you, it really slows down the process. And almost every use that comes to fill a vacant space has to go through the process. It's rare now to get a unique retail boutique to open in a vacant storefront, no matter how hard we work at doing business attraction. So in summary on this slide, practically all special uses are approved. There's rarely any conditions applied other than your standard trash removal and hours of operation. There are application fees and mailing expenses, which make it really pricey for especially smaller startup businesses. Decades of experience. We've been doing this for years. We had 7 Starbucks. We had 7 Subways. We have 3 or 4 Dunkin' Donuts. Like, we know we're not preventing any of this stuff from happening. All it's doing is delaying it. Boutique gyms, super convenient, great neighborhood locations. It generates foot traffic. People are liking smaller gym experiences. And it really does generate foot traffic. You grab a smoothie afterwards or a coffee or a bite to eat. Medical office. I think we were all very concerned about the North Shore taking the corner of Maine and Chicago, but I hear nothing but positive feedback about that. And, there are a handful of good jobs in the space too. So they're able to go on lunch breaks and go to Lucky Platter and La Principal when they were open. And then really one of our concerns from a staff perspective is we know if 20% of downtown Evanston storefronts are vacant, that's about 45 storefronts. When they start to fill back up, that's a bottleneck of special uses, 90 days each, and all the staff time to do that, it's just overwhelming to think about it. So some examples I give is the Pizza Hut at Emerson and Ridge, pizza carryout delivery. There's now a soon to open pizza carryout delivery restaurant owned by a local restaurant, the local restaurant owner and local resident. Same use. I mean, basically you swap out the sign and you have a different pizza sauce and different crust recipe, but he had to spend thousands of dollars on mailing notices. He had to delay his build out by, I think it was approximately a month. And to send out letters to say, hey, I'm opening a pizza restaurant in a former pizza restaurant space. And I'm not trying to be slick here. I'm just saying, I think we could do a better job of applying some level of common sense to something like this. This really probably is a bit of an overkill. We have a soon to be announced type 2 restaurant that was looking or is looking to take over Symphonies. And it's because it's a type 2, they have to go through a 90-day process, and they can't do any work, can't swing a hammer during that time frame, and therefore really won't be able to open for approximately 6 months. So they have to sit back and wait for 6 months, just so we can say, please make sure you have a recycling program and your operating hours, end at 11 p.m. I mean, I can't imagine the community is going to deny a restaurant in this space, but that's what we're talking about. We have a third example of a gentleman, a new concept, a Black-owned business opening up what he hopes is kind of a New Orleans style bread pudding / coffee shop in a former French style coffee shop. And again, he had to spend maybe, I think it was around $2,000 or $2,000 mailing to the neighbors that a bakery coffee shop is taking over a bakery coffee shop. So, and this one was, I think this was a substitution. So this was a 30-day delay. And finally, on this particular example, this got hung up in, I think, Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, but a full special use process. And then it got caught up in the pandemic. And so if we had done it in a way that was a little more efficient, she could have had a stronger start to her business opening and established that customer base. If you haven't been here, by the way, I'm a huge fan of this place. It's really, really good. So what we're presenting to you and to the council is that this particular change that we're asking for is kind of a really good opportunity. I won't call it a rare opportunity because I think we're always very responsive and we listen to our community. There's lots of public process. But this is an opportunity to be directly responsive. We heard from the business community, the business owners, the business district advocates. I think Annie Coakley from downtown Evanston was joining this call tonight. They all see this as important, and they don't fear loosening up staff oversight, or staff control, or this delay of I think what the original intent of this was to make sure that we're not being overwhelmed by bad uses on the first floor. And Melissa will talk about that in a few minutes. And we presented the idea of updating our code and working to be more efficient on business regulation at City Council and Economic Development Committee, and both were supportive of it. I'm highlighting here a ribbon cutting that occurred during, we're still in the pandemic, businesses are still opening. It's a great little wine shop on Central Street. And that's Mayor Haggerty hidden behind his coat and mask there. Oh, and Alderman Ravel as well. Okay, so I would summarize all of my arguably excessive explanation of this challenge by suggesting that this current special use process is time-consuming, it's expensive, really labor-intensive from a staff perspective. The number of meetings and the number of times you have to publish this in our agenda management system. And what that also does is it causes staff to be shifted away from customer-facing services, taking phone calls, stepping them through processes. We can't work on plan developments as efficiently as we could because we're constantly processing these special uses. So it's going to continue to keep us away from these kind of forward-thinking, customer-facing kinds of activities we should be doing. I'm arguing that it's arguably obsolete. Like, we've learned a lot of lessons since we've implemented the special use process ages ago. And I think it's become part of our culture and it's ingrained in our review process. And we can do it we can do some of the things that the special use process requires formally. We can do it informally and more quickly. And one last, I guess, point that I would make is because of the cost of mailing and the opportunity cost of not being able to really get down to business, it's a bit of an upfront cost or upfront expense. It's a barrier to small business, and especially if it's a disadvantaged group trying to. We've got a number of small, kind of minority home-based businesses that would, this would help them more quickly get into a storefront, and that's one of our goals. So this is where I transfer to the technical nature of the actual recommendations for a few minutes afterwards, of course, for questions, but I'm going to pass it to Melissa, and I can go back and forth between slides, Melissa, if you need me.
Thanks, Paul. So for the setup, we've got our retail economy that will likely never be the same as the world evolves. And then COVID hit, and we now have all of these vacancies, and we have a ton of interest in businesses coming back, and everything is bottlenecking and backlogging with zoning. So there's a two-pronged approach here that would essentially result in the same approvals, conditions, denials as what currently exists, but instead of having a 90-day process that includes publications and mailed notices, zoning board hearing, city council approval, instead it can be whittled down to a staff approval when appropriate, and with an option to still kick it to the regular special use process. So the first easier part of that approach is elimination of the substitution of special use process. That's not necessary to have that process. A special use should run with the property unless specifically conditioned saying that it should run with an applicant. So if it is running with a property, it's showing that a pizza place is appropriate at this location when it is this size with this hours, then it shouldn't matter who that pizza operator is, so long as they are still following those conditions. Most communities do not do a substitution of special use process. It just automatically rolls over. So by eliminating that process, we would follow the same thing that most communities do, and be able to help businesses that simply need to apply for their permits and get their health license. They can get their zoning approval through that and then move on and open quickly. Besides that, I lost our presentation. I'll go to the second prong approach to this is creation of an administrative review use. And so that's kind of a halfway between being a permitted use and the current special use. So this would apply only to the 4 uses that we have identified that routinely go through this process and are routinely approved. And so these 4 uses, instead of having the full 90-day or more special use process, they would submit for their building permit, it would come to zoning, and then it would be up to the zoning administrator in conjunction with the community development director and the city manager to determine if it could be approved with common conditions, or whether it should be denied or kicked to the full special use process with the zoning board and city council. In order to do the administrative review process, we are recommending codifying a number of things so that it is very clear how staff is reaching the decisions that they're reaching. First of all, there would be a codified list of conditions that typically applies to those 4 uses. These conditions, you could ask anyone on the zoning board and they can tell you for those businesses, those use types, that those are the conditions that are given nearly every single time. It is rare to have a different kind of condition given. Besides the conditions, then there would be standards for approval, just like there are for current special uses, plan developments, and text amendments. So those standards for approval would have to be met. If they're clearly not met, or if anyone is unsure if they're met, again, it could kick to the entire zoning board and city council for the full special use process. So what staff is asking for tonight is consideration of this, and also understanding that while this is a significant code change and that it does give more authority to staff, that with these codified portions, that really in the end, it ends up as no change for the city and the community, but this backlog of businesses that we have, which currently there's about 15 that I'm aware of that are literally waiting on, should they apply for the special use or see how this goes. But it would allow those businesses, plus the future 40 to 60 that I anticipate for this year, it would allow them to get going right away and get in, get their permits and open up so that the economy can recover. So with that, there are more details provided within the staff memo. I'm sure everyone wants to go through that, go through conditions, standards, and see what we need to discuss further. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioners, do you have any questions for staff on the presentation?
I have a question. You mentioned that this would be limited to the 4 uses that you discussed. What about location? Are there certain map locations that would be, that would be designated for this amendment that you're talking about?
So it would apply to the exact zoning districts where those uses are currently special uses. So it wouldn't add new uses into any other zoning districts. It would simply, wherever it's currently a special use, now it would become an administrative review use. And it's preferable to staff not to only change it for some zoning districts, because that's when it gets difficult to enforce and we mess up knowing which districts it applies to and doesn't apply to.
I don't know all the different zoning districts, but I can imagine, and maybe you can correct me, that in some zoning districts, like you said, this would be a no-brainer. But in others, it would still be it's under the special use category, but not so much a no-brainer. I'm thinking that downtown, of course, the major shopping streets like Central, you mentioned, and Main Street. Yeah, obviously, those areas would be okay. But are there other areas that are sort of borderline that someone might not want this process, or to be automatic?
That could potentially happen. And that is why the request includes that staff could defer to the zoning board.
Is it staff that I'm just concerned that seems like we're taking the community, the adjacent community out of the process. Is that correct? And if we're leaving it up to staff, how does the community get input on whether this is a good use or a bad use in those borderline areas?
So part of the request is that at staff's discretion, we can request additional information or notification, anything like that. So staff would have the option that, number one, we can defer to the zoning board, and that then requires the full notification, public hearing, all of that. Or if we don't feel that it's necessary to do that entire thing, we could request that all immediately adjacent properties are notified, or abutting properties, or a small buffer, say 100 feet rather than 500 feet. So it would depend. And you're right, there are situations where it might really matter. I mean, some of the small business districts are definitely not the same as the downtown. But that's also why we would have this list of conditions that we could modify to each specific property.
Commissioner Halleck, is it, you pronounce your name Halleck?
Yes.
If I may, I'd like to just add one additional, I guess, bullet to what Melissa just shared with you. I think one thing I tried to stress in the presentation, and it's hard to do because we have to move through it relatively quickly, is that so many of these have been kind of integrated into our culture, so to speak. Like those 4 uses, despite our making the adjacent neighbors aware of it, we rarely get any feedback, and we rarely do anything to change or make it different. But I am also concerned, as just an urban planning kind of guy, that we don't have Sherman Avenue filled with Allstate, State Farm, Progressive offices. So that's where we integrate that knowledge and expertise that we have, and we do that deferral to ZBA. I think particularly, I like your question a lot, and I think particularly of Fountain Square. Like we don't, that really should be a lot of active uses that interact with Fountain Square on Sherman Avenue. We shouldn't have, small office, but that's how I would respond to it. There's a little bit of kind of an integrated culture. Does that change in 5 years or 10 years from now? If there's a completely different staff, maybe, I don't know, but that's all I'll say. Thank you.
I want to piggyback off that question, and versus
I think we just lost you, Peter.
administratively. Oh, hold on a second.
All right, can you hear me now? Hold on.
You may want to mute one of your selves.
Yeah, I'm doing audio through my cell now because I get the sense that my kids might be playing video games and using the bandwidth upstairs. Can you guys all hear me now?
Yes.
Yeah, we're
Okay,
good
great.
now.
So my question is, do any of these 4 uses, are they special uses within any residential districts?
No, commercial and industrial districts and overlay districts only.
Okay. Do any other commissioners have questions with respect to the staff presentation?
I have one question. Is a special use ever tied into a user rather than the property? And if so, do you know how many instances there are of those in the city?
It does happen. In Evanston, it is very rare. I have worked in other communities that do that somewhat regularly with certain uses, but in Evanston, I can only think of the cannabis dispensary that has that requirement at the moment.
I have a couple of questions. The first has to do with the elimination of the substitution of special use process. I understand how it would apply to like pizza places. Would this then also apply to other kinds of special uses? Churches, for example, come to mind?
It would, yes.
Okay.
So by eliminating that process, what it would mean is any use that comes in that is a special use of any kind, if it is considered more intense than whatever the last one was, then it automatically must get a new full special use, which is already what the regulation is.
Right.
So there's no fear of something bigger coming in without having the full process.
But a church, if they cease operations, could be replaced by a similar church.
Correct.
By eliminating this without going through the special use process.
As long as it's a similar intensity, correct.
Okay. And then the other question I've got is that I understand you have applications or at least interest in uses that would ordinarily require a special use. What's kind of the transition, or what are you thinking in terms of, there's certain uses that have already, submitted there or already kind of scheduled to go before the ZBA and or otherwise in the pipeline? How does the transition happen?
Staff was discussing that today, actually. It would largely depend on timing and what businesses want to do. At the moment, no one has applied of any of those 4 uses. I know of many of them. A lot of them are watching tonight or maybe on the call even. So depending on timing, for instance, if this stays with Plan Commission for further discussion and refinement, I'm guessing some of those businesses will go ahead and apply so that they can get started on the process and see how far they get. We may end up refunding some money if this does proceed and be approved in the end. I'm fairly certain a number of the businesses would locate in other communities where they don't have to wait.
Okay. And then I got one other suggested change in the wording where it's not consistent. When you're talking, I guess on page 6 of the memo, where you're talking about additional conditions on the ground floor commercial and financial institutions, it says that storefront retail shall be included. And earlier, you know, it was kind of like, if not storefront retail, because certain kinds of office uses that might not be appropriate, but it discussed other kinds of activating the street frontage, which would seem to be the appropriate.
So the wording for the conditions can definitely be altered.
Yeah.
The way that it's proposed, it's so that staff could also alter that for each individual use, because you're right, it's not always going to be feasible or appropriate for an office use to have a retail component, but there may be some other active storefront they could do.
Okay. And then if we continue down the administrative review use path, which frankly I think makes sense, could it apply to, and I don't have a problem with these 4 uses, but could it be applied in other situations? One of the things that I've at the zoning committee, I suggested that this might be an approach to dealing with essentially non-family households in terms of enforcement. So I know we don't have any specific language, and I presume that that's one of the things that you're going to have to provide us to consider for a section of the zoning ordinance. So it's both applies to these specific uses, but what would its applicability be like for like other situations that are now special uses or uses that are not allowed?
So as proposed, it would only apply to these 4 uses. And I would recommend that for the time being, we stick with only these 4 uses because they are the extremely common foregone conclusions that nearly always get approved anyway. I would recommend doing a test run with that. And then if there's interest, then other uses could potentially be added in the future.
Okay.
Or removed. If the economy rebounds very well and 6 months from now, Evanston is an economic hotspot and the community wants more control again, then this could be shifted back to the full special use process.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Halleck, did you have another question?
I guess the question, am I muted? No.
No.
The question was, are we going to have another chance to review specific language, or are we reviewing it tonight, or what's the process?
It's ultimately up to the commission on how you want to proceed. You can make a recommendation tonight and it would proceed on to the P&D committee and city council, and there would be a draft ordinance at that point. To do that, you guys should focus in closely on the conditions and the standards because that would be the wording used. Beyond that, it's really just changing the code on what's in what list. So there's no worry about that wording. It's simply taking things out of the special use list and putting it in the administrative review list. So we either need to discuss wording for conditions and standards tonight, or have it come back for another meeting. With it would be proposed as the wording that is in the memo tonight, but we could have it in draft form. Ultimately, there just wasn't enough time. This was requested as a rush by the city manager. So taking it from the initial city council request in March to plan commission for you guys was a quick thing to do.
Where in the zoning ordinance would the, I guess, what definition of administrative review use, or what, is there going to be some sort of a section that says this is
Yes.
what this is?
Yes.
And where would it go? I mean, I think that that's, you know, that would be the language that I'd be more interested in seeing, rather than, I don't have a particular problem with the list of uses or the conditions, but I think it would be helpful for all of us to kind of understand how it, you know, if you could explain how that would happen and where it would go.
Sure. So within chapter 3 of the zoning ordinance, there is a section that explains each of our different processes. So there's a section that talks about how planned developments are processed and what is required for submittal and what steps and what meetings, and then the standards. And then there's the same section for variations, and there's the same section for special uses. So this would just also add in another section for administrative review uses.
Thanks.
I've got another question. You said there was several applicants that were in line already to take some of this ground floor space. The concern I have on these four categories, concern I have is the office category, because, you know, taking it to the extreme, nobody wants office space on, you know, the ground floor of every building downtown. I mean, I know that's ridiculous, but you say that if it gets to be too much office, we can change this. What types of uses are in the pipeline right now?
Most of them right now are type 2 restaurants. But
Okay.
we know of at least one ground floor office use. Honestly, we don't get a lot of requests for ground floor office, and we
Okay.
don't want a lot of requests.
Okay.
That would be one that staff would confer closely with economic development on to see, would that street benefit from having a ground floor office as opposed to a vacancy? And sometimes that answer would be yes, and sometimes it may be no, and may need to kick to a full special use process. But there would definitely not be an intention to fill entire streets with ground floor offices. I don't think
Obviously.
anyone wants that.
No, right.
I think you may want to consider adding another condition or two to that section to really kind of make that clear. I'm not, don't
Right,
have
and-
specific language, but
Commissioner Isaac, can I have
Yes.
a moment?
Please.
Thank you. So one thing I would mention on the office side, and Melissa, correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not sure how we classify like a customer facing, let's call it a countrywide finance or a State Farm office, one that, you know, there are still people that want to walk into an office space. Is that an office, or is that considered financial institution, or is it kind of a blend of both?
It depends on the details of
Okay.
how they operate, which is part of why those two are both grouped within this.
Okay.
But an additional point to that is office use includes medical office. So that includes the medical clinic at Maine and Chicago, that type of thing. So there are some active versions of ground floor office.
Okay, so what I wanted to add to that, that may or may not be helpful. Office uses like that tend to, they're not going to be paying the high rents that you would see on, I want to be European, I have to admit. So on the high street, Sherman Avenue, those are higher rents. And these office type users are not likely going to show up there. They're going to show up on the side streets. It's going to be, the corner of Benson and University. It might be further west on Davis Street. Maybe further east on Davis Street, down where there's the new Clarity Clinic opening. So I think that's what we'll see. I think we'll see that central spine as having the higher rents, which really require high revenues to offset those costs. So restaurants that serve alcohol, retail stores, if we can get through this retail apocalypse, and any uses that require that foot traffic, maybe build off Target and the things that are happening there. So I think I'm trying to answer a question from a little bit of a different perspective. There's definitely the important planning regulatory work that we need to do to make sure that we're keeping Evanston a unique place, and an interesting place to open a business. But there are also market conditions that will drive this. And let's not forget one last point. We're still in this transition period where we're going to be working from home, some of us, and transitioning. And, I can think of a small business down here at Main in Chicago that was a language translation business that took the new space in the main building, and they dropped out, and they're trying to sublet it because their entire staff of 15 is working remotely. So I think we'll see that for a little while. But I do know that from personal experience, but also just from talking with people want to be back in their offices, interacting, making eye contact and stuff like that. But I'm just trying to add some timing to it. We're talking about another 2 years of really how we emerge from this.
I'd like to ask a question of Ms. Jones. I believe in the last year or two, the Plan Commission was asked to review a text amendment. I believe it related to downtown districts only, but it was with respect to financial institutions and ground floor office. I feel like we came up with some pretty definitive language, and there was special consideration made for us not wanting too much ground floor office. And I remember it because I remember Commissioner Halleck had a number of good points on that when we were having that discussion. How does that play into what, and maybe this might not be a question for you, Ms. Jones, but I was looking for confirmation that I'm not just dreaming all of that.
I remember the discussion also.
Okay, so how does that play into what we're being asked to do here today?
Yeah, we did review a proposed text amendment with regards to that. That was absolutely prior to the pandemic. And I believe there definitely was language regarding trying to limit the number of office type uses and financial institutions that don't have a kind of walk-in aspect to them. I believe that was tabled a couple of different times by City Council, but I don't know that it fully went through. Melissa, you might want to confirm that for me. So I don't think that was actually fully incorporated into the zoning code. And obviously now circumstances have changed with the pandemic and all of the storefronts that we have. So this is definitely something that we're looking at and trying to make sure that we are being open to.
So please, Melissa, Ms. Klotz.
Just to add to that, Megan's correct. It went to Plan Commission definitely before the pandemic, and Plan Commission recommended approval of requiring ground floor office and financial institutions a special to obtain a special use specifically in the D2 district. And then that
Mhm.
was put on hold at city council in the first months of the pandemic. And then staff did switch to recommending denial on that, given what was going on with the pandemic. But it was ultimately approved by city council. At the time that it went to plan commission, I really do think it was the appropriate choice. No one foresaw what was going to happen. At this point, at least for the next year or so, I think it's probably not a great regulation to have.
So, but that related specifically with respect to the D2 district, correct?
Correct, which is problematic to staff as well, because from a zoning perspective, having a special use requirement only at the ground floor level, only in one of the downtown zoning districts, we're set up to forget that regulation. I fear that we won't regulate it appropriately if it's left as is.
But that doesn't mean it's not a good regulation, right? I mean, that's
Correct.
okay. So,
Correct.
and I guess I have a little bit of concern about the idea that, you know, we can change it back in a year or two, because you know, like Bank of America or any one of these you know, financial institutions that wants to take up a bunch of ground floor space now while there's a lot of vacancy, they're going to sign their lease and they're going to be there for 20 years. And so I don't know that looking only in the next, what's going to happen in the next 12 months in that regard, you know, makes sense from a planning perspective. I mean, I'm looking at the table for special uses requested for the last 5 years, and financial institutions and office ground floor, and this is all special uses, right? I'm going to say in all districts. It's only 3 out of the 37 that we're, you know, it only makes up 3 requests, right, over the last 5 years. Whereas type 2 restaurants and commercial indoor recreation make up 34 out of 37. And so I guess I follow the logic and the reasoning, and I think it's a good idea to, you know, streamline restaurants and commercial indoor recreation. I get that. But given the fact that there's only 3 requests in the last 5 years for office ground floor and 0 for financial institutions, I'm wondering why they're even being included.
The number one reason they're included is because only 3 went through the process because staff strongly discouraged the ones that we felt would not be approved or were not appropriate to even go through the process. So there were definitely more that inquired. But for instance, if an inactive office use wants to come into the Panera Bread space, a great anchor space in the downtown, that would not be appropriate. So with the way the regulations currently are, we would say, well, you can go through the special use process, but I don't believe you'll be approved, and here's why. So if we had this new process, it would be the same thing. It would be the administrative review is that it's either denied or that it's deferred to the zoning board, where again, the applicant is told, I don't think you're going to be approved, but they're more than welcome to apply if they really want to. But to your point, there is definitely a split where most of the uses that we're talking about are type 2 restaurants and commercial indoor recreation. It's definitely a lot more of those and a lot less of the office and financial institutions.
Okay. Are there any other questions from
I have
Commissioner?
just a couple quick questions.
Please.
Number one, in the 10 years I served on ZBA, I would say that the majority of the special uses we got were the type 2 restaurants. And I can't think of a single case where we denied a type 2 restaurant on its own. the instances where restaurants want to come in and bring in something above and beyond, like a drive-through or have extended hours, things like that, are things that we usually had discussions on. But if I saw a type 2 restaurant on the agenda, I knew what the community was going to show up and what questions they were going to ask. The same with the indoor recreation facilities. Noise is one of the biggest complaints there. Parking is a complaint on just about every special use. I am assuming that anybody could request to go through the full special use on their own if they so desired. I mean, that we are not forbidding them from doing that and saying, no, you have to go through an administrative review. I'm assuming that's correct. I see you shaking your head, so I'm assuming.
Yes, correct.
So that's the one. Is there any sort of an appeal process on this? So if someone were denied by city staff, I'm assuming they could appeal to the Zoning Board of Appeals like they can on administrative review for fences, for any of those types of things.
Correct. Their appeal would be to request a full special use process.
And then it would just go through like it normally does currently.
Correct.
And then one of the other things that I know has come up several times is you've talked a little bit about the cost of mailing notifications, especially when you're in a downtown area with lots of high-rise buildings. Can you speak a little more to just the cost of that when you're looking at buildings that have 200, 300, I don't know how big some of these buildings are, 200 to 300 units or something like that, how that affects the cost for someone trying, especially a small business owner trying to come in?
Sure. So in the less dense business areas, business districts, a special use which is required to notify all property owners within 500 feet of the site, that mailing cost is probably in the $200 range. The applicant also has an application fee, which I think is $375. And then if they need a zoning attorney for the meetings, anything like that, as well as their waiting period, a lot of times they're paying rent while they're going through this process. So best case scenario, those upfront costs just to apply are going to be $500-600. If the property is in the downtown or near any significant condo buildings, condos are property owners. So mailing to all property owners within 500 feet in those types of areas, those mailing fees can get up to $1,000. So that plus the application fee, now you're getting close to $1,500 in costs. Even worse is the substitution of special use process, which it's a faster process, but since there's no public hearing for it, we do 2 mailings that are 500 feet. So 2 mailings in the downtown that go to 500 feet, you can easily be over $1,000 for that, just for a pizza place taking over a pizza place.
And then in terms of timing, obviously we have built in the notification times for, there's a public hearing, you need to notify that two weeks before, continuances, if those happen, all of that sort of stuff. But then when they begin the permit process for actually being able to do the work within their buildings for a special use, what's our permit time look like currently in the city of Evanston? So I'm opening a new business. I've gone through my ZBA or my special use approval. Now I start in the process of actually opening my business through permits and doing construction. What's our timing like on that?
That ultimately depends on the time of year that it is and how involved that permit is. Is there a lot of replacement, a lot of construction for it, or just a little bit? So best case scenario, the permit could be processed in probably three weeks, and probably the health license about the same, maybe a little longer. And then the build out construction is done. And worst case scenario, when it's the middle of the summer and permits are very backlogged, it could easily be a couple of months before they can get their permit. So what some businesses end up doing is they take a really big gamble and they submit for their permit before they have a special use approved. And they can go through that permit process. And so they've paid an architect and they're paying their permit submittal fees and all of that. And in the end, they don't have zoning approval yet. So they don't know if they'll actually be able to get that permit, but they've already paid those costs.
Thank you.
Any other questions from commissioners? All right, let's take any questions from the public. If you have the ability and you know how to raise your hand digitally, you can do that on the Zoom app, or it looks like Ben is raising his hand. Ben, you can unmute yourself and ask question.
Yes, sir. This is my name's Ben Kadish. I'm one of the owners and the members of the Evanston Benson LLC. We own the property where the Evanston Athletic Club is located, and we own the property going from EAC North to Clark Street and then Clark Street East. So we own the corner between the Armenian Church and the Second Baptist Church. And we had 8 tenants on February of 2020, and we lost 5 tenants during the pandemic. And Stained Glass went out of business, the Cellar went out of business, Sports Clips went out of business. We're letting the nail salon exist without paying rent. Underground Printing's paying half rent. Papa John's is paying half rent. Evanston Athletic Club's paying 20% rent. Evanston North Shore Physical Therapy is the only tenant that's surviving right now. So we lost 60% of our tenants in a property that was 100% occupied for the last 10 years or so. And we were approached by a woman-owned new business that is an insurance agency that wanted to open within the Sports Clip space, which is 1,165 square feet. And we were approached by her on February 23rd, and she wanted to open on April 1st. So I immediately reached out to Paul and to Melissa and to Annie to say, what's the process? And they said, hey, maybe we can get this done without a special use. But then it came back and they said, no, we need a special use for 1,165 square feet on a space that faces away from rest of downtown Evanston. And the rent is 40% of what the old rent was. So the rental rate dropped 60%, and that's going to happen all the way through downtown Evanston. I took 41 photos of 41 vacant storefronts 3 weeks ago on a Saturday. So what we're hoping is that Evanston doesn't suppress business. Evanston enhances and creates opportunity for business. So we have a woman-owned new startup small business that's going to start with 4 employees. And we had to tell her that, no, we can't sign a lease yet because it could take 4 months to get through the city of Evanston. So I had completed all the documentation necessary to apply, getting my survey of the property, my deed, all this stuff. And then there's an application fee of $665 initially. And there's no way to know if the tenant is going to stick around and wait 4 months.
I'm sorry, Ben, I'm very interested in what you're saying, but now's the time for questions.
Okay, I have a question.
Okay.
If you were a tenant and you want to open space in Evanston, would you, as a new business owner, wait 6 months to open your store or go somewhere else?
So Ben, I should have been more clear, and I apologize. The questions are not for questions of the commissioners, right? Because we're here collecting the evidence and hearing what everyone has to say, right? It would be a question of staff as to their proposal. It sounds to me like when it's time for public comment, you're going to be very much in support of this proposal. And at that moment, I'll give you a chance to speak, and you can give your full-throated endorsement. All right.
I'm sorry. I thought that was what
All
it
right.
was.
No, no worries. It's my fault. I should have explained it.
but- Okay, I'll stand. down.
All right. There is a Mary with her hand up. Mary?
Hi, I have a question. Is there a way to modify this? Because I do agree about the banks. If you start getting everyone at business level, it can get out of control. And then we don't have the vibrant business that we need. Although I do agree that we need to bring it down so people can get their businesses started.
So
is
Mary,
that a possibility?
your question is, can what's being proposed by staff be revised or amended? And the answer
Yes.
to that, absolutely yes. This is their proposal, and we are going to review it and make any changes that we believe are necessary. And then even then, when we recommend approval or denial to the city council, they can further modify it. So the answer is yes.
Perfect. I appreciate that. Thank you very much.
All right, you're welcome. All right, any other questions for staff on the proposal? All right, hearing none. Public comment on the, I'm sorry, Cecile McHugh.
Hi, sorry. I just jumped on this meeting maybe a little late, and I apologize, but I don't have the 4 uses being referred to multiple times clearly in mind. And would it be repeating something to ask you to tell me that?
It's type 2 restaurants. It's financial institutions, ground floor office. And number 4 is commercial recreational uses. So it's commercial recreational. I know it's a 3-word. Yeah, commercial indoor recreation. Those are the 4 uses that are being discussed.
And this is a time only for questions, is that right?
Correct.
And comments, will I have time for a comment later?
In about 30 to 45 seconds, we're going to start that.
Thank you.
You're welcome. All right. I don't believe there are going to be any more questions, so we will move on to public comment, and we will start with Ben. Ben, you have 2 minutes.
Thank you very much for letting me speak to this subject. It is Evanston. If you go around Evanston, it is so important to try to fill up the 41 vacant storefronts. And while people want to put limitations on it, the market is going to create the demand. And if businesses want to open in downtown Evanston and pay the rent, then the market has to dictate what's going to be there. So one of the things about where our property is located, which is on the south end of Northwestern University, Evanston, everybody in Evanston needs to acknowledge that Evanston is a college town with Northwestern University. And because Northwestern's not there, downtown Evanston would look like other small downtowns throughout the suburbs. There wouldn't have been 75 restaurants if Northwestern University student population wasn't there. So the city has to become business active and not suppress business. So every barrier to stopping any type of growth of business should be broken down and removed. So Evanston is enhancing business, including marketing and whatever other programs are available, including the university, to fill up the 41 vacant storefronts. This is economics. The tax base in Evanston is going to plummet because of all the vacancy. We're paying $10 a square foot on real estate taxes, and we don't even have any tenants in the building. So the city needs to open the doors to business and not close the doors to any kind of business. Because if restaurants want to go in Evanston and they can pay higher rent, they're going to pay higher rent. So we have a new business that wants to open a woman-open new business startup, and I
Ben?
can't sign a lease until
I'm
this
sorry, Ben,
process
but-
is cleared. Thank you.
2 minutes is up. Thank you, Ben. You know, I have a question just with respect to your comments. And the question is, it's similar to the comment that I made to Ms. Klotz earlier. And that's, you know, you're talking about this one tenant, and I think you said you're going to be getting somewhere between 40 to 60%, I think, less rent than you were getting on that space previously.
Yes, this is the first tenant that showed up in 1 year.
Okay, but you're not going. I mean, I don't presume that you intend to fill up your entire property with tenants that are going to be paying 40 to 60% less. I presume that that's not financially feasible. And what, you know, the question becomes, it's a balancing act, right, between getting new tenants in and adding to the vibrancy of downtown that has 41 vacancies, and not and at the same time not hamstringing the development of a downtown for the next 10, 20 years, because in a time where there were 41 vacancies, you ended up filling up the vacancies with businesses that didn't add to a more vibrant downtown.
We have two restaurants, two different spaces that were sitting here waiting to find out what the process is, so that we know what we can tell prospective tenants on what they have to do.
Totally get it. I totally understand. Okay. All right.
So recognize, because of COVID, if everybody, they all wanted to close. Papa John's wanted to close. Trendy Nails doesn't pay rent. I mean, if I could, I don't have the heart to close their business and put them out of business. Legally, they're in default. They haven't paid for a year.
Yeah.
So this is recognizing this isn't a copolist. I can't even say the word. This is so bad, and it's not going to go away. So any viable businesses, even if they don't generate as much foot traffic, but there's nobody downtown Evanston. And then also things like we have to spend, you know, $30,000 to $40,000 fixing up the space because it was an old barber shop just to make it usable.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ben.
Chairman, if I could just jump in here real quick. I mean, I've heard a couple comments about, you know, things filling up with a lot of office space, things like that. But I mean, the standards for special uses, one of the standards that's applied is looking at all the other special uses that are near it and not having a wall of just office space. So trying to mix up restaurants, office space, indoor gyms, you know, what other types of special uses come in there. So there already is a stopgap in the system to sort of help guide that.
I totally understand and agree. You know, what we're looking at here is not changing those standards, but taking the it's number one, streamlining it, but in the act of streamlining it, you're taking the decision making out of ZBA, and you're putting it in staff, right?
Yes, you are, but the staff is still looking at the standards as they apply for special uses.
Sure, but the only appeal would be of a denial. There won't be any appeals to the ZBA of an approval.
No.
Right, and so staff is going to be the one making the decisions. I mean,
Right, but they will be guided by the exact same standards that would be used by ZBA and should be used by city council in guiding any of these decisions.
Understood. Okay. All right, Mary, you have 2 minutes if you'd like to make a comment with respect to this item.
I apologize. I didn't take my hand down. You answered my question. Thank
Oh,
you.
okay, great. Thank you. Cecile McHugh.
Hi, a little slow. I'm sorry, I'm not super prepared, but I'm kind of concerned. I just became aware of this, and I think Melissa Klotz, if I'm pronouncing your last name correctly, was saying that this was proposed in City Council in March. And I know that the public relies upon the special use process to have input into their immediate area. I don't want to drag things, delay things when we need revitalization downtown. But streamlining the process is fine, but not without eliminating public input or awareness of what's happening. Have you considered putting this on the website somehow? Does the city have emails for a large number of people, or could you sign up to be notified? We know what's happening with the mail, and that would save time. And someone's been talking about the money. It doesn't seem like a lot of money to me, but you know what? $1,000 is $1,000. If this were email based, we would save that $1,000. One of the commissioners, Commissioner Halleck, I believe, asked about whether the zones for which this change would apply would be residential zones. The answer was no. But keep in mind that you're talking about eliminating the mailing to the residents within 500 feet. So obviously, we're talking about areas that have residents close by. So in a sense, they are residential zones. C1A has a lot of residents living in it. So that's the whole purpose of the mailing, is to inform the residents who live nearby who really need to know about this. That's kind of all I'm prepared to talk about just yet, but I'm kind of alarmed. And yet again, we do not want to delay the revitalization downtown, but the public needs input, or the public needs input into this decision. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McHugh. And then I have,
Could I respond to that really quickly, please?
I'm sorry, who's that?
This is Melissa.
Oh, Melissa, sorry, your picture moved to a different part. Okay, great.
Because excellent point of clarification that I did not state earlier. The administrative review use process would include a recommendation from the DAPR committee. So it would be on the DAPR agenda, and there is a listserv that goes out to everyone who signs up for the DAPR agenda. So that could be a way to notify anyone who potentially cares to be notified about these uses.
All right, thank you, Ms. Klotz. All right, Catherine Gotzik.
Hello, and thank you so much for the opportunity to speak tonight. I'm the executive director of the Main Dempster Mile, which is the business district in Southeast Evanston on Main and Dempster and Chicago Avenue. And I'm speaking in support of this amendment. It definitely will help us fill storefronts, number one. Number two, I trust the staff. The staff are in close, dare I say, intimate contact with us. That didn't sound right, but but they know us very well. They speak to us almost daily, and I understand. I believe they understand my needs. They understand the business's needs, and have been very consultative. There actually was a youth that wanted to apply on Main Street, and we didn't think it was a good use, and they talked to me. I talked to some businesses. It really was a process that worked. Regarding financial institutions, honestly, I would welcome a bank in the Main Dempster Mile for the next 10 years. Banks are crucial for small business districts. And all but one have closed in my district since the pandemic. There used to be 5, and since January of 2020, 4 have closed. Businesses do cash deposits daily. They need change, things like that. So I would not poo-poo if staff asked me what I thought about a financial institution. Certainly, I would be very enthusiastic about a bank. So, so I'm speaking in support. Thanks very much.
Thank you. All right, that looks like it concludes our, I'm sorry, Lori McFarland.
Hi.
Hi.
Thank you. I wasn't sure whether I'd be able to be here tonight, so I did submit a written comment, and I am hopeful that you all actually have that in your packet. It touches on a couple of things. I wish that we had actual wording to look at. I thought that Commissioner Lindwall's point on that was correct, that it's a little hard to just sort of see how it all fits together without seeing it in writing. But I wanted to say I also am in support. I want to support our Evanston businesses, and I try to do that. I do think that this is phrased fairly broadly, and it is a shift in the power and the amount of input that the public will have. I think that the idea of using Dapper sign up as a way to notify people who want to be notified, it's not terrible. That might work. But I'm also curious about if there is someone who is a neighbor who is finding out that this is getting approved as an administrative review and they think that it ought to be special use, what the route is for, asking for that to happen. Commissioner Isaac suggested that nobody would appeal an approval, but actually someone might, I suppose, if they thought that the process was not the right kind of process for that particular special use. I also really wish that staff would write down which districts are and are not included in this, because I live in a neighborhood that's heavily impacted by Northwestern. I love them in so many ways, but some of the things that they like to do with land use make everybody nervous. And there would be a huge outcry if people thought that this affected anything in U districts and T districts. And there is not anything that staff has identified that's a special use right now there, but that doesn't mean that that would be different in the future. And I understand that administrative review wouldn't be used the first time through, but it might be used in the future after that. That would be problematic. To help this pass more
Ms.
quickly.
McFarland, the 2 minutes are up.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. McFarland. All right, Annie Coakley.
Thank you. I'm sorry, I did sign up using the form. I'm not sure if you received it. Regardless, good evening, Chair and members of the Plan Commission. I'm Annie Coakley. I'm the Director of Downtown Evanston, and I am here to demonstrate my support for the amendment to City Code Title VI. Downtown Evanston, the organization that I serve for, is working to attract new businesses, including an advertising campaign to reach businesses and entrepreneurs to promote the opportunities that we have here for small businesses in the downtown district. Providing an easier entry to these businesses will help us more quickly fill these vacancies, as we dig out of this economic downturn. That is all I have to say. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Coakley. All right, with that, we're going to close the public record. Is Ms. Jones, this being a proposed text amendment, does the public have the right to request a continuance on this item? I keep on forgetting whether that's one of the changes we made.
For this, that would not be the route to take for that.
Okay, all right. All right, then this comes back to us commissioners, thoughts on what we want to do here. I think as an initial matter, addressing Commissioner Lindwall's concern about us not having text to review is the first place to start, because that seems to be a threshold issue. If we want to look at text that's actually going to be incorporated into the ordinance, I don't know that it makes sense to continue any deliberations until we have that text. So where do the other commissioners stand on that issue?
I wanted to say a couple of things. Number one, I trust the staff. I think that they are more in touch with the community and the finite issues and anything that comes before the commission. So and very often, I think very high percentage of the time we go along with the staff's recommendations. So I don't think entrusting this to the staff is a problem. I think that I agree that I think we have to vote on the actual language, but maybe what we can do is vote on the concept. I don't know if that's possible, but that would be one idea. The other thing I wanted to say is that congratulations to Paul and others who have come up with this list of encouraging businesses, because several years ago, I was on a ULI task force that was hired by Winnetka to look at their retail areas. And one of the main things that we found is the regulations, and that's zoning, it's building code, it's all those things. It was the regulations that were preventing businesses from moving into these vacant spaces. So I think anything that we can do to streamline this process is good. So I'm all for it.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Halleck. Any other initial comments, questions from commissioners? Commissioner Hugo.
Yeah, I'd like to just really second what Commissioner Halleck said. I'm very strongly in favor of this. I think we need to, this is obviously a once in a century pandemic. We need to rebound from this quickly. I personally don't have a problem with not seeing the text. I think the sooner we can move forward with this, the quicker we can start filling up some of those empty storefronts. So again, I'd like to just echo Commissioner Halleck's thoughts, and I personally don't have a problem with not seeing the text, and would urge us to move forward with approving this and getting going as quickly as we can and start revitalizing the city.
Commissioner Halleck, did you say you wanted to see text, or did you were you okay with just basically recommending a framework for staff to prepare the text for city council approval?
I was hoping that we could give the staff general approval on the concept, but then later, look at the I think it's important to look at the exact language. It may not be a big deal once we see it, but I think that to Commissioner Hugo's point, let's get on with this. And if we can approve this I'm using the words in concept, then I'm in favor of that. So
okay, so I mean, because it's the matter of another month, right? And another month could mean a few businesses don't, whether a few businesses decide to come into Evanston or not. And so the question is, are we, how much do we care about us looking at the text versus just approving a framework and giving it to having city council basically approve the text, and with our recommendation on the framework.
I'm sorry, I forgot about city council. I'm sorry. Right. Small mistake. If it goes before city council and they approve the text, I'm good with approving the framework. Okay. Only.
All right. Any other comments or issues on that point? I mean, are we comfortable with moving forward with just the framework, or are there going to be, are commissioners going to, vote against this measure because we don't have language?
I do think it would be helpful to see the text. I do think the language has a lot to, That's a lot to say when you're thinking about the balance between transparency and also trying to speed up the process. And I can understand the need to speed up the process. I think it's a great idea, but I do think the language is rather important.
Okay. Any other commissioners want to weigh in here? Because, you know, we do have other items on the agenda, and if we're going to go through the entire process of deliberating this item, only to find out that it's not going to pass because of text, I think we can save ourselves the time. Commissioner Johnson.
I'm comfortable with voting and approval of the concept, and then allowing City Hall or City Council to look through the particular text, similar along the lines of what Commissioner Hugo just mentioned a couple minutes ago.
Okay. And Commissioner Hugo, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I was just thinking, perhaps we could vote on this in two stages. One is, do we agree in concept? Because if we don't agree in concept, then the text becomes irrelevant. If we do agree in concept, then we have to have a second vote to say, do we want text or not? And if we don't want text, if that wins, then we move forward. We're done, goes to City Council, end of story. If we need a text, then we need a text.
I have the general idea that at least in part, this is going to be agreeable by most, if not all, commissioners. That's just my my feeling on it.
So I agree with it, but maybe just to formalize it, have a vote on the concept. Yes, we're agreeable. And then do we need a text or not? But
I actually kind of like that suggestion. I'm torn. I'm very supportive of the concept. I think it's important to do, and I understand the desire, and actually I think it's a very good idea to get this done as quickly as possible. But we're talking about a zoning ordinance that applies citywide, and I think that I think we would be remiss in not looking at the specific language. You know, I agree that it probably will be generally perfectly fine, but I think that we should see it before it goes to City Council, just so that the City Council is comfortable that their Plan Commission has actually reviewed and recommended the language. I think that's kind of part of our role and our job. And you know, had the staff been able to get the language to us in the packet, I think we would have taken care of it tonight. But that's my feeling. But I would agree with your suggestion on voting on the concept, and then dealing with the whether or not the majority of the commission feels that it could go to directly to council. I'm fine with that as a vote.
Okay, so let's talk about concept then. As far as there's a few items to look at. There's the methodology, right? The actual methodology of the administrative review use. There's the special uses that are being asked to be included in there, and then there are the conditions for each of those uses, right? And so we have to look. I think we have to. I mean, are there any comments or concerns with respect to the administrative review process itself that's being proposed?
I am fine with the whole staff proposal. So as far as I'm concerned, we could vote on the whole thing, but I'm happy to discuss each individual one.
Well, I'm just breaking it down because it is a big change, and there's a number of moving parts, and so I just wanted to make it easier for discussion. So if there's no reason for discussion on the administrative review process, we can move on to the special uses that are being requested. Is there general agreement on the 4 uses being included or being requested to be included in the administrative review process? Okay. And then as to the conditions for each of these, each of these uses. Were there any suggestions for modifications, additions, deletions?
I think that the only suggestion goes back to my original question, regarding storefront retail with respect to the ground floor office and financial institution uses. And I think staff clarified that, and I presume that language will be tweaked a little, but that was my only concern.
Okay. All right.
The other concern I would say would, it was answered, but a little more clarification on location would be good, I think.
Can you expand on that?
Well, just exactly, where we're talking about. I'm just afraid that maybe I'm not correct on this, but that not all zoning districts, that we wouldn't be in favor of this in all zoning districts that allow these functions as a special use. I don't know if that's true or not, but I'd love to see it on a map.
But these are all that are currently allowed as special uses in those districts.
Exactly, but I think that I don't know, without seeing it, it's hard to say, but I think there are, let's take it from a resident standpoint. A lot of residents might agree with us in certain areas and not in other areas, even though, because the special use process allows resident input. If it's really staff that's primarily determining this, that there may be some borderline areas that aren't so clear cut. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, that might actually argue for approving the concept, and then when staff brings back the specific language, they could bring back the map you'd like to see, or some indication as to where these are located.
True. I don't want to delay the process, though. I think that's very important, and if city council can deal with that, then I'm okay. I mean,
Commissioner John, did you have your hand up? No. Okay, so how do we want to proceed? Are we gonna, Megan, are we gonna look at the standards first, or do we need a motion on the table? I'm sorry, this is my umpteenth meeting, but I still have to ask that question because I just don't recall.
I can, excuse me, pull up the standards to look at. It may be good to have a motion ahead of time, though.
Okay, so I guess where my concern, okay, is that with the way we're dealing with this is that if we have a motion for approval, okay, we don't have text, right? If we vote on this proposal and it's up or down vote, then it goes to city council. Okay, if we're not taking a vote today because we say we want to see the text, then it doesn't move forward. It doesn't leave the plan commission. So it sounds to me that as a general concept, we're agreeing with what staff has proposed. I haven't heard enough objections as to any objections as to the concept. So if we have a motion on the table, and we vote on the motion, it goes to city council. So I think now is the time to decide whether we're going to send this to city council or we want to see text. If you guys disagree on the process, I mean, somebody help me out here.
I thought that Commissioner Hugo was suggesting is that we first have a vote on the concept. And then have a second vote and on whether or not we want to see text before it goes to council. So I'm not sure that on a motion approving the concept, if we necessarily need to go through, well, I guess the question is, when do you go through the standards for amendments? If you do it on this first vote, or if you do it on the concept, or the whether or not we see the language. So I'll make an emotion that we endorse the concept presented by staff.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
I will second.
All right, Commissioner Rogers seconds. Any discussion on the motion or amendments thereto? All right, hearing none. Ms. Jones, can you call roll?
Okay. Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Oh, you're on mute.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Sorry, yes.
and Chair Isaac.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, so we're all in agreement on the concept. Okay.
Now, do we need to see the language before we go through the standards?
Here's
That's the question.
here's like I sort of want to address this somewhat informally. Okay.
Okay.
If so, we all agree on the concept. So, and we know how many of us there are here. If you need to see the text for this to move forward, just say so right now. Otherwise, we'll go through the standards and we'll take a vote on the entire package, right? But like, so I mean, there have been a few commissioners who have expressed concern. Are you going to vote no because you don't have the text? If that's the case, then we know where you stand and we can move forward accordingly.
I would like to see, for a text amendment, I would like to see the text.
Okay.
I think I would as well.
Another
All right.
option to take would be that it could proceed through Plan Commission tonight, but then the draft ordinance is reviewed with the Plan Commission chair prior to it going to City Council.
That's you, Commissioner Lindwall.
That's fine with me.
After the meeting.
Well, that would be fine with me. And then I presume that we could have additional
Add the vice chair.
or the commissioners that are interested in seeing the text in advance.
Well, I think you may run into some Open Meeting Act
Yes.
problems.
that's true.
We could have review by the chair and the vice chair, and that would not violate the Open Meetings Act.
Okay. Commissioner Draper, are you good with that?
Yep, I am. That makes sense.
Okay.
Commissioner Westerberg, I presume your objection still stands?
Yeah, I'm afraid it does.
Okay. All right, let's look at the standards. I'm sorry. I think we need a motion to approve the proposed text amendment 21 PLND-0029.
So moved.
All right, Commissioner Hugo, thank you. Is there a second?
Second,
All right, was that Halleck?
yeah.
Thank
Could
you.
I make an amendment that I'm not quite sure where it goes or what happens if the commission goes through the standards and then votes to send it to the council?
So,
Would
there's
there still be an opportunity for the chair and vice chair to look at the language?
okay, so there's a motion on the table to approve the text amendment without having seen the text. And you would like to propose an amendment to the motion, approving it, making it a condition that
If the motion passes, that the condition would be that the text is reviewed by the chair and vice chair.
all right, is there a second to that motion?
Second that. In fact, I'd rather have that than my second of the first motion.
Okay.
Look at both.
No. Listen, there's a motion there's a motion that's been suggested or proposed and seconded for approval. And now we're amending the approval. We're amending that motion by putting in a condition that the chair and vice chair review the text prior to it being sent to city council for an up and down vote. So that amendment to the motion has been proposed and seconded. Do we need discussion on that? I presume not. Ms. Jones, on the amendment to the motion, the amendment being that the chair and vice chair review the text prior to going to city council, let us call roll for a vote on that.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
No.
Chair Isaac.
Yes.
That passes 7-1.
Okay. All right. Any other amendments to the motion on the table? All right. Hearing none, let's go through the standards. Whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan as adopted and amended from time to time by the city council. Is the status? I believe it's satisfied as well. Whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. This seems to be not applicable. Whether the proposed amendment.
That's kind of the point. I would say it's satisfied. Because that's the whole point of doing the administrative review, is to address the special uses that would otherwise be allowed.
Well, I mean, there's already a review, right? So we're just changing the type.
All right, that's fine.
Whether the proposed amendment will have an adverse effect on the value of adjacent properties. There's, as we said before, just right now, there was a review, there's still going to be a review, we're just changing the type. And then the adequacy of public facilities and services, not applicable. All right, and that's all we look at for text amendments. So with that, any final comments on the motion as amended? All right, hearing none. Ms. Jones, if you can call roll.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
No.
Chair Isaac.
Yes.
That passes 7-1.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you, Melissa and Paul. Next item on our agenda is 21 PLND-0010, a text amendment related to wireless facilities, cellular towers.
Commissioner, since we are after the 8 o'clock hour,
Yes.
It might be a good idea to start with the continued item.
Okay.
We have a number of people who are here for that particular item.
Happy to do so. All right, we will table that item unless there are any objections from commissioners. All right, hearing none. We will move instead to 20 PLND-0059, a planned development for 2715 Hurd Avenue relating to the proposed Kensington School. Ms. Jones, are you going to provide us with an update as to the project?
I think we've got Michael Griffith on, who will provide the staff update for this particular item.
Sure. Yeah, sure. I can provide an update. Since the commission looked at this the last time, at staff's request, the applicant changed the site plan, eliminating the access between the parking lot and the alley, so that the current site plan that's in the memo that's being proposed, access to the parking lot would be only off of Hurd, and the parking spaces that are proposed off the alley, those remain. The traffic flow restrictions on Hurd remain; those are unchanged. And so that's the change that took place. That's the change in the plan since the last time you guys looked at this. And one other thing, just to comment on, I think there were several comments about the parking spaces off the alley and whether or not there was adequate room for vehicles to maneuver in and out. I just want to note that the distance between the end of the parking space and the east side of the alley is 24 feet. So it's a 24-foot wide drive aisle that allows for vehicles to maneuver in and out, and that's a standard width in parking areas where you have 90-degree parking from the driveway aisle. So I just wanted to note that.
So, Mr. Griffith, the change in traffic pattern then would be that at all hours, cars that go into the parking lot will now be going, it'll be two-way traffic in the parking lot and two-way traffic going in and out onto Hurd.
Correct.
Okay. And that was the only modification to the plan as presented in our last meeting.
Correct. The only modification.
Okay. All right. Ms. Jones.
Actually, if I could interject, this is not a change to the plans. But I do want to make sure that the commission is aware that we did receive and staff received an application for possible landmark, a local landmark of the existing church that is on the site. That was just submitted, I believe, yesterday or maybe a couple of days ago. That does not affect the review of this particular project by the commission as of now, since it is not currently within a historic district or a landmark. But if you wish to discuss the building, we can have some discussion on it, but that would not be a part of the standard for review.
Okay, thank you for the information. But as you said, it does not prevent us from continuing this meeting, correct?
Correct.
All right.
Sure, Isaac. Just to interject, since I'm a new board member, I wanted to mention that I have reviewed the video and minutes from the last meeting in preparation for this meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Rogers, or Commissioner Rogers. So, Ms. Jones, it seems to me that we would go directly to Mr. Prager, had made the objection, or who had requested the continuance so that he could provide rebuttal evidence. And then we would move on to I believe I believe there were a few groups that wanted to, people speaking on behalf of groups that wanted to speak.
Yeah, there was one other person who wished to speak and had something to present to the commission regarding the project. But the first person that should be able to speak would be Mr. Prager.
Okay, and
I
then
believe he also has a presentation.
okay, and just to confirm our rules, we're going to have a 5 minutes time restriction on that, or is restriction on that?
For Mr. Prager, there is not.
Okay.
But for the additional presentation, it's 5 minutes.
Okay, and then everyone else is going to be limited to 2 minutes.
The standard 2 minutes.
Okay. All right. All right. With that, Mr. Prager, if you'd like to begin your presentation.
Yeah, let me clarify a few things. Can everybody hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So first, let me ask a question. We appreciate the continuance that we got, and I think we used our time wisely. We submitted a detailed, basically point by point rebuttal, if you will, speaking to the issues of traffic, circulation, and then the safety-related implications of all that. Point by point, street by street, it's sourced. There were photos that reinforce the statements that we're making, links to various sites, et cetera. I want to make sure, because that was the majority of what we were focused on. And I mentioned that because that was a submission I was very actively involved in, and others as well. The presentation, if you want to call it that, is not coming from me. I'll participate in that, but it's a group presentation. I think we were told we might have about 15 minutes. But the written documentation is critical, and I want to make sure that the Plan Commission received it and read it.
It's part of the package that was posted and delivered to all commissioners and is publicly available.
Okay. If it wasn't read, that'll change how we approach this presentation. If it was read, that this would probably be
all
painful.
Commissioners are expected to read the packet before the meeting.
Okay. So Tim Reardon and Dennis DeCapri are going to be delivering the presentation. I'll be around to provide color commentary, but basically that's how we'd like to proceed, and it's some of the highlights of the documentation that was submitted and some other points that we'd like to reinforce as well. So what I'd like to do is turn it over to those two, and then I'll chime in as needed.
Yeah, and just like last time, I'll need to be able to share screen if that's okay.
You should have the ability to share screen.
Thank you. So, thank you, commissioners, for this time, and thank you for the continuance. The document we'll go through tonight does address the alley. So the new news tonight about Kensington Business closing off the alley from the parking lot does change a little bit about how this presentation will go, but we'll still go through all of it. And I know we don't want to be here till midnight again, so I'll talk as fast as I can, but hopefully not as fast as last time, because we didn't really get into the traffic and parking section of the last meeting, of the presentation in the last meeting. So that's what we're going to focus on tonight. Just to recap, nice picture of the church, picture of the proposed daycare business going in. You'll recall it's quite large. It's non-compliant in height. It's going to be very tight to the sidewalk with a setback. It's non-compliant and impervious land. When we left off last time, we were running through the traffic danger part of this. And we just want to like pause here for a second and just go through how we as a community around this church in this neighborhood, you know, we all have kids. Most of us have kids or grandkids in some cases, and we do feel strongly that this proposes a danger to them and is not suitable for this neighborhood. There will be over 200 cars per day coming in and out of this business from before sun up to after sundown. Often they'll be driven by out-of-town parents unfamiliar with the neighborhood or school. Walking and biking patterns. They're gonna be navigating one-way roads. Sometimes they're two-way roads, depending on what time of day they're coming in on Heard. They'll be heading to a massive facility, in an elementary school zone. Most will be arriving when elementary school students are traveling to or from school, often unattended by parents. They'll be turning on Heard, the school's busiest street, from its only operable lane during these peak periods. A street with traffic congestion and hazards the city has already tried to mitigate, making it southbound only, developing a cutout for drop off. And then they're gonna have to go over an active sidewalk through a driveway directly across from the elementary school's bus loading zone.
Hey,
Into
Tim,
a lot.
Tim, I'm sorry, this is Adam. Are you scrolling through different?
No, I'm not.
Okay, all right, thanks.
Thanks. Then over an active sidewalk through a driveway directly across from the school bus's loading zone. Into a lot with too few spaces for peak time parents, creating a backup on Heard. Departing the lot via one-lane, two-way alley, which now it sounds like it's going away. Obstructing alley residents, not entirely going away because we're still gonna have 14 employees parking in the alley, it sounds like. And then, you know, daily food delivery trucks, daycare garbage trucks entering from Heard and backing out onto Heard. This is all dependent on a company that has never operated in a purely R1 neighborhood on such a tiny property or without a major commercial road. This is just a quick schematic to familiar guys, everyone sort of where Willard is with the proposed daycare business dropped in with the parking lots. And if you look at this, now I know since they're going to close off the alley, and we'll talk about that in a little bit, this would not be the route. People would come down Heard, come into the lot, then leave the same way they came in. So I will skip the alley portion of the presentation tonight, since that's new news and we didn't know that before we prepared for this evening. But you know, it doesn't discount the fact that Heard is an island. 2715 Heard is an island surrounded by two small residential streets, Heard and Park Place, a one-lane, two-way alley, and a lot cut through, which it sounds like would go away. But Heard has been congested and increasingly hazardous since the Willard School expansion. The city converted Heard into a one-way southbound street during peak periods, when it becomes basically a one-lane street due to parking congestion. The city has tried to address this issue with the construction of a two-bus cutout on the west side. Meanwhile, there are usually 4 buses in addition to car drop-off that clogs the street daily during normal school conditions. And not everyone follows the rules. Callaway's own traffic study states, during peak hours, when Heard Avenue is restricted to one-way southbound, numerous vehicles are seen traveling north on Heard. In essence, traveling the wrong way. So we were going to talk about Park Place being a designated safe school route, mainly to the alley, the issue of the alley being an exit point for this business. But we'll go through that a little more quickly now. We'll save everyone some time, since it sounds like Kensington has decided to close the parking lot off, the main parking lot off to the alley. That is the alley, just so you know. I know the gentleman said at the beginning that the alley is 24 feet wide. I'm not sure about that. And I'm not sure about the 24 feet. I don't know what that's in reference to, but as you can see, even with the parking, I still want to make the point about the parking. The parking lot right now has 9 angled parking spots. They're going to extend this down to have 14 parking spots. It's still going to be quite congested for those who live in this neighborhood, and especially those folks that live in the alley and have garages there. This was to show you the blind spot that's there. As you can see, you get all the way into the sidewalk before you'd see a kid on a bike or walking, due to the fact that the driveway and the garage at this location often has a car parked where there's a blind spot. And when that's not there, there's a very large lilac bush, lovely old lilac bush, that is also contributing to a blind spot. This again is the alley with the car in the driveway, car in the alley. And as you can see, Willard's just 30 yards away. Highly traveled by kids year round. So if the alley is somewhat solved with the lot piece, we still were very reluctant because last time we spoke, one of the solutions was to close the alley off for part of the day and funnel everyone in and out of the herd exit. In some ways, this arguably makes it worse. Now you're going to have, if you assume 200 vehicles coming in and out every single day to this location, you're going to have 400 cars traveling across this driveway. Right now, the driveway is 12 feet wide for the current church. So 400 cars, essentially 100 cars in, drop off, 100 cars out, off to their job, come back for pickup, 100 cars in, pick them up, 100 cars out. 400 cars traveling in and out of this driveway. Kensington needs to increase it to 24 feet, which is going to potentially do damage to this parkway tree on the left, and make it a two-way entrance. So now you're going to have cars pulling out at the same time they're pulling in. Again, kids, everyone else, we use this sidewalk. You can see there's a home right next to this parking lot. The gentleman that lives in that home will have to deal with cars, 400 cars coming in and out of this parking lot, along with garbage trucks that will be backing out of this facility, food delivery trucks. We assume the daycare center with 165 kids is going to have a huge diaper delivery service. One would assume probably 500 to 800 diapers a day. All those trucks are also piling in and out of this location. There's, again, the building in the background, cars coming in and out, kids on the sidewalk, across the street from a school. There's a shot with the bus. This is where everyone goes to the school. This is where all the kids that go in from the west side, this is where they sort of enter the grounds of the school. We showed this picture last time. Herd becomes a one-lane street when the school's in session. This was this past winter when they opened up the school for a day. Granted, it's snowing, but this is what it looks like on any given morning. You're going to add all these Kensington parents coming into this same one lane during this hour in the morning and an hour in the afternoon, along with cars parked up and down the street, because all the teachers now will be parking on the street. It's just not, a herd entrance only is actually worse. Now you're having all of them come in and out of that one location. And when they're not doing the one-way south, then they'll be coming out, potentially turning right, going north on Herd, turning left. And actually, I think it exacerbates it. It's just, there's no good solution. It's plain and simple. To talk about the parking in particular, we do want to point some things out. As we said, there are currently 9 parking spots on the alley. All of those 9 are non-compliant. They're non-compliant to start with. Kensington is asking for 5 more non-compliant spots on the alley to help with the employee parking that they need. Kensington needs 5 more parking spots to meet the minimum needed for 23 employee spots and 11 spots for 165 kids. The formula, the way we understand it, is 1 spot for every 15 kids. This leaves just 9 spots for pickup and drop off. You can do the math there. It's 34 spots, take out the 2 handicap spots, 23 employee spots. You have 9 spots remaining for 100 plus parent cars coming in and out of this place every day. So you can see here they're in blue, 1, 2, 3, up through 9. You're going to have cars queuing on Herd, waiting to get into this lot. It's already going to be half filled with employees. Parents will be coming in to drop off their kids, vying for these 9 spots. They'll fill up the lot until they wait for someone to come out. And then when they no longer can pull in the lot, they're going to be backing all the way up Herd. Why do we think this is going to be the case? Well, if you look at Kensington's own school guide, the pickup and drop off is quite rigorous. Some would say onerous, as it should be for the safety of the children being dropped off. No child is to be dropped off at the entrance and enter the school alone. Parents are expected to bring their children into the building and see that each child is under the supervision of a teacher before leaving the premises. Kensington School Park, don't need to read that. When you enter the school with your child, sign your child in on the biometric computer and manually in the alphabetized binder before entering your child's classroom. When leaving with your child, sign your child out on the computer and in the binder after you pick him or her up from the classroom. If unable to sign your child in or out on the computer, parents should indicate this by signing the clipboard by the computer. It is imperative that parents sign their child in and out on the computer and in the binder daily. After signing in, proceed to take your child directly into the classroom. A staff member will be there to greet you and your child. Please have your child wash his or her hands. If an infant is brought into the school asleep in a car seat, a staff member will take the child out of the car seat before the parent leaves and place the child in his or her crib. Kensington School is unable to store car seats. And then they repeat all that when you pick your child up. So a lot of us are parents, as I said earlier. A lot of us have small kids. Because we live here and we have some time on the weekends, we actually kind of tried to do this. We pulled a car in, took a couple kids out, walked the equivalent of down Hurd, because the entrance to this building is not at the parking lot, it's around to the front of the building, which is on Hurd, halfway down to the middle. And thought about, okay, well, how long does that take? And then once you're inside, how long would it take to take your kid to potentially a second floor classroom, check the child in with the teacher, say goodbye to the child, you know, wash their hands, all that. We got to 15 minutes pretty quickly. We all know what it's like to have kids buckled in the morning, repeating it in the afternoon, trying to get them in and out of a car. So if you think about this parking lot with 9 spots and potentially, you know, upwards of maybe 80 cars during the peak hour and a half, there is not enough parking to pull this off. These cars will be queued up all the way up Hurd in a no idling zone in a lot that is not designed to have 100+ cars coming in and out of it at rapid speed, parents in a hurry every single day. There's no solution for a problem this large. This school is just too large. It's too large physically, the structure, it's too large enrollment wise. We've said from the beginning, and when we first met with Chuck, I met Chuck, I think it was in January of 2020 or 2019, I can't even recall now. He didn't tell us how big the school was going to be at that meeting. He didn't know. He really didn't know. And I took him for his word. I don't think he did know. I think he figured out the finances, and he figured out that to make this business work at this location for the purchase price he's putting into it, he needs 165 kids. Unfortunately for the rest of us, this is just not workable. This business, I think, essentially is sized for profit, and if approved, would be a clear danger to our children. Now, Dennis is going to take you through quickly some of the zoning code requirements that we've learned about in the past months as we've researched into this.
Hey,
So
Tim, before we do you mind if I jump in for a minute?
Please do. I'm sure I forgot something, Adam. Thank you.
Would you mind going back to that horrific winter photo?
Yeah.
Can you do the single shot of it?
Yep.
So I want to, now that, you know, the design has changed a little bit and the alley is not the issue, I want to talk about Hurd specifically. This is a winter day. We get winter fairly often here, and this is the view for those who aren't familiar with the area. If you look at the white car to the immediate right, if you were to stand kind of where this shot is taken, to the right, basically right behind that white car is where the driveway is that Kensington would be using. The cars on the right are all parked on the street. The cars on the left are trying to drop off their children at Willard. If you look at the far left, you see the fence. Where the fence ends, a few yards closer to us, if you will, is the start of the Willard School building itself, which is where buses queue up, et cetera. This area has been dealing with major and ever-growing congestion issues and increasing, increasing hazard to children. The city has been attempting to deal with this, to make improvements. This is all a result of the expansion of Willard. This is all before, obviously, you know, even a conversation with Kensington. The city came in recognizing that there were problems, and they converted Hurd to one-way southbound during the peak period. That's only had a modest at best impact on the area. It's also presented some problems. It's created some serious confusion as to when cars are trying to come in and out. They're trying to understand the circulation pattern. KLOA, Kensington's traffic or transportation consultant, said that even while they were doing the analysis, by the way, the analysis they did on the street, just as a reminder, was done using 3-year-old data before the street was even one way. But even their examination said one of the things that they noticed is even during the peak periods, when this is one lane southbound, cars were still struggling and trying to go northbound. In other words, even today, cars are going in the wrong direction on this street. But that didn't help the one-way change that was made. So the city then built this cutout that you see off to the left, where cars could pull in and try and drop off their kids. The intent behind that was to sort of lessen the canyon effect that was taking place on Heard. That had only modest improvement. And what this area is dealing with and has been dealing with for a while as sort of an outgrowth of all this is cars that are trying to escape the congestion in this area are now firing down the alley. The alley has no through traffic signs that the city has put up. They're in 3 different locations. The Kensington not using the alley addresses one problem, but it creates another. But it also does not. All the cars that are here that are struggling to get through are still going to be racing down the alley. All the cars that no longer have access to the parking lot, meaning the 25 teachers and Willard staff, et cetera, are going to be struggling to do the same thing. But the problem continues.
Mr. Prager?
Yeah.
Mr. Prager, we're butting up on 15 minutes here.
All right.
I understand there's another thing, but as you may recall, there's a good 30 individuals that want to comment on this, and we still have to deliberate and all that. So
okay,
we can move to the next part of it.
Okay, I'll wrap up my portion. Just give me another 2 minutes, and that is the city just the other week said they're going to put speed humps on Lincolnwood Drive because the problems continue to kind of fester in other streets. It's all the same issue. But the point I was trying to make is, if you see this street, this is a 1-lane street. All the Willard cars, all the buses, et cetera, during the peak period are coming straight down the street in 1 lane. What Kensington is going to do is throw their 200 cars in this same street, also coming down southbound, but they're going to have to stop and make a left-hand turn into that parking lot, which is going to create considerable problems. The other thing I'll mention, then I'll stop and let Dennis talk, is that this doesn't begin to address the truck delivery, the daily food delivery, the garbage pickup, the supply delivery, et cetera, which will now all drive down Heard, turn into that parking lot. And by Kensington's own statement, there's not enough room in that parking lot. They're going to have to back up. The trucks are going to have to go in forward and back onto Heard to get out of that parking lot. So this is a real safety issue that's exacerbated by virtue of what Kensington is deciding to do by not using the alley. So I'm going to turn it over to Dennis, and he'll take us home.
Hey, thanks. I appreciate it. And I'll be brief. You can consider this my 2 minutes if you like. I want to speak to the non-compliance issues. They're pretty evident on the scorecard that you have up on the screen right now. I'm not going to walk through all those. It would take a lot of time. I do want to preface this by saying, the neighborhood, this community is not opposed to the special use of a daycare. It's a permitted special use. There are a lot of examples of daycare facilities that are accessory use to a church or a school or a residence, and they fit nicely in a residential neighborhood. But as such, they're appropriately sized for that use in those residential locations. Indeed, a daycare facility as an accessory use within the existing church would be a really welcome addition, but that's not what's being proposed. What's being proposed is a purpose-built for-profit commercial structure that, in order to be feasible, feasible from a money standpoint, requires a building of such immense size and scale that it just overwhelms the site at the expense of the surrounding neighborhood and the community. This development, we believe, is in direct conflict with some of the core principles of the Evanston Comprehensive Plan and the Evanston zoning ordinance. The scorecard on the screen tracks those, and I'm not going to read through them, but I would ask you to take note of two specific items in the zoning ordinance that speak to compliance issues. One would be under plan developments, and it specifically 681-10 cites that the Plan Commission shall not recommend approval of, nor shall the City Council adopt a plan development in the residential districts unless they shall determine, based on written findings of fact, that the plan development adheres to the standards set forth. And one of the very first standards set forth is that each plan development shall be compatible with surrounding development and not be of such a nature in height, bulk, or scale as to exercise any influence contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance. And we know the purpose and intent of an R1 residential zone is to be single-family residences of the lowest density within the city. That's not what this is. Secondly, the Evanston zoning ordinance recognizes that a special use is one that, and I quote, because of their potential adverse impact on the immediate neighborhood and the city as a whole, require a greater degree of scrutiny and review of the site characteristics and the impacts to determine their suitability in a given location. So as such, approval for a special use is contingent upon, and I quote again, meeting a set of specific standards and the weighing in each case of the public need and the benefit against the local impact. So if allowed to proceed, the impact on the neighborhood and the quality of life for the surrounding community will be substantial. And lacking any real justification of public need or public benefit, we ask that the Plan Commission deny this proposal's request for special use approval.
All right, thank you, Mr. And thank you, Mr. Prager and Mr. Reardon. Ms. Jones, was there another person speaking on behalf of a group?
Yes, I'm not sure if he is on.
Is that you, Jameson?
Yep.
Mr.
Yeah,
Jameson.
there we go.
Mr. Jameson, you will have 5 minutes to speak.
Great. Am I able to share my screen, Ms. Jones?
Yes, you should be able to.
Okay, let me just grab that real quick. All right. Let's see, can you all see that?
Yes, sir.
Yes.
Did I just change the screen? You see that?
Yep.
Okay, great. Given that we've all heard a lot about the special use applications, I'm going to kind of blow through this. I just want to highlight what Dennis had just said about weighing the public need and benefit against the local impact. And that's what I wanted to talk about today. You guys have heard the parade of horribles about what this development could bring to the neighborhood if it's brought in. There are two additional ones I want to highlight, and you'll see this in the report as we go through it. One is that granting this permit could perpetuate the equity gap in childcare. Additionally, it could bring reputational risks to the city for granting the special use application to a for-profit entity whose business plan favors wealthy, predominantly white neighborhoods on a site where Black families were displaced pursuant to redlining and other racist policies of the city of Evanston. And we'll get into that as we look at some of the need and benefit that I've now looked at. In the city's report, the city staff said the public benefit is that a proposed daycare fills a need for childcare in proximity to where people live. The city did confirm with me that they did not conduct its own market study or analysis of childcare needs within our city. Now, Kensington claims that there are 7,270 children under the age of 4 within a 5-mile radius or 3-mile radius, and there's only 1,555 available day spaces. And I want you to keep those numbers in mind because they're going to be relevant as we go through this. Because I heard that number and I said, wow, that is a great need for daycare. But then as I dug into their information, I noticed that there was a lot missing. And so that's why I wanted to highlight. I looked at Kensington's data as well as publicly available data to determine whether there's a public need within an area at 2715 Heard and whether there's a public benefit to granting Kensington's application. And the answer to both questions, and spoiler alert here, is that there's little to no public need for and/or benefit to granting Kensington's application. And I apologize if I'm rushing. I do want to try to keep this within the 5 minutes. If you have questions, let me know.
Most of the information that I'm providing here is in the submission that is in the packet as well. So let's go into Kensington's analysis. As I stated before, those two numbers, the 1555 spaces and the 7,270 children, it's within a 3-mile radius. And I want you to keep that in mind because its data is based on a map that includes more than just Evanston. It includes Wilmette, Winnetka, Kenilworth, Winnetka, Northfield, Skokie, Glenview. And it actually, if you look at the bottom corner there, it excludes parts of Evanston. You can kind of see all the cities that are involved. And this is important for two reasons. One, the inclusion of data from outside Evanston can impact the need and benefit analysis. And second, in its deliberations, this council should be focused primarily on the public need and benefit to Evanston families, not to neighborhoods outside of our community. So we hear a lot about the numbers I'm using, and I want to preface they come from the US Census Bureau's 2019 American Community Study. My numbers are a little different than Kensington's. As you can see, within 3 miles of 2715 Heard, there are 8,027 children. Within Evanston, that's 3,606 children. And if you look at this within the distance, the difference, you can still see there is a huge difference in the need of childcare spaces and children. But then this representation by Kensington relies on two primary false assumptions. The first one is that 100% of Evanston families want to send their children to daycare. Kensington's assumption is simply not true. The US Department of Commerce estimates that only 32.9% of children are in some form of full-time paid daycare. And the Census Bureau estimates that only about 35% of Evanston children are enrolled in some full-time daycare. So approximately 65% of Evanston families don't want or need daycare. Now, remember, Kensington said that 79% of Evanston families wouldn't get access to daycare, and if 65 don't want it, that leaves a deficit of about 14%. Still a significant number. You can kind of see based on these numbers how many families within Evanston within the 3-mile radius need daycare or want daycare, and that's about 1,442. Within a 1-mile radius, it's only about 263. So now we have to look at Kensington's second sort of fallacy in their argument. They're assuming that these 1,555 spaces, they're only those spaces, or 100% of Evanston families will want to send their children to a for-profit daycare center. Kensington's numbers explicitly exclude home, church, and non-for-profit centers. And those make up the cornerstone of Evanston's daycare centers. You can look at Kensington's map they presented before. You see the 14 for-profit daycare centers suggesting there was a need. But if you look at it, and this is those numbers, those buildings again within the 3-mile radius, when you put in Evanston's numbers, you can see the numbers grow. Now we've got Skokie, Wilmette, Winnetka, Kenilworth, Northfield, and Glenview.
Mr. Jameson?
Yeah.
I want to point out your 5 minutes are up, so if you can wrap it up, that'd be great.
Great. So going through this analysis real quickly here, two things. One, when you put it all together, you'll see that there is a surplus currently within 1 mile of 53 spaces. Within the city of Evanston, there's a surplus of 1,158 daycare spaces. That doesn't suggest a need, and it's growing. It's going to grow larger because our population is declining. So by 2022, the estimate is that within 1 mile, there'll be a surplus of 181 spaces, and that within 3 miles, there'll be a surplus of over 3,000 spaces. Real quick, the last thing I want to point out is public benefit. There can be a benefit to having a affordable, quality childcare center here, even if we have too many spaces. Childcare is necessary to narrowing socioeconomic and racial inequalities. It helps limit some of the problems that children face growing up: academic success, employment, health, involvement in criminal activities. And this equity gap that currently exists in this country, which is well known, disproportionately affects Black children. And reducing the equity gap is consistent with Evanston's commitment to ending structural racism and achieving racial equality. You can see the policy right there. Our goal is to, examine our own practices that may exclude some of our neighbors. Some people believe that starting with early childhood education is important because it is a racial justice issue.
Mr.
So I want-
Jameson,
Yep.
we got to wrap it up.
Okay, so here we go really quickly. The highlight is, and this is in the thing for Kensington, the annual cost for Kensington is between $20,000 and $26,000. That was according to Mr. Marlis. Under these, and Kensington is not going to offer financial assistance as of now. Under these policies, a significant number of Evanston residents will be excluded. Using the thresholds for childcare of 7% under the Health and Human Services, or 10%, which most studies say, or even Kensington's own numbers, which are around 15%, you can see that the only families that will be able to afford Kensington need to make somewhere between $200,000, maybe $150,000 if they stretch it. The average Evanston median income is $79,987. So most Evanston families won't be able to afford Kensington. As a matter of fact, if you look at this chart, 73.4% of Evanston families will not be able to afford Kensington. Only about 26.5, and even if you go over the 200,000, you're looking at only 81. This disproportionately affects families of color. If you look at the median income by race in Evanston, Black or African American households only have a median income of $45,000, whereas the white households are higher.
I'm sorry, but I'm going to insist that your presentation ended at this point. So if you want 15 seconds to wrap up, that's great, but we have to move on.
Okay, the last thing I will point out is that Kensington is specifically picking this population because it's based on a wealthy white neighborhood. If you look at the income, the demographics for Kensington, you can see that the income is usually and Heard is consistent but inconsistent with Evanston. If you look at the demographics by race for Kensington, here are the numbers. Kensington only has approximately maybe 2% African American families.
Mr. Jameson.
Yep.
Thank you.
Sure, Isaac. This is Jean Lindwall. I have a quick question for Mr. Jameson.
Please.
I was looking at the list in Exhibit B of the child care centers in Evanston, and I wanted to confirm, does that include part day and before and after school programs in addition to the full day daycare?
Yeah, so I use the list that Kensington used, the DCSF, and those are all licensed daycare facilities for use during the day. They don't specify for the license whether they're part-time or full-time.
Okay. Thank
So
you.
I was comparing numbers apples to apples. Kensington used those numbers. I was using
That's
those
fine.
numbers.
Some of them look like they were part-day programs.
They may be, yeah.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thank you. All right, so I have a list from our last meeting of individuals that signed up to make public comment. And so I'm going to just run down that same list, and everyone's going to have 2 minutes. And for most of you that are on the call, I believe you were present at the last meeting and you realize how late it went. So I'm going to be polite but firm with respect to the 2 minute rule. And with that, I will call on Mr. Peter Boyle.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
I live at 2708 Lincolnwood Drive. I'm here to voice my opposition to the development at 2715 Heard, and I'm focused on the safety risk. I have a 7 and a 5-year-old. We're out in the neighborhood and the alley, along with many neighbors, multiple times a day. My kids walk to school on those streets. We ride our bikes out there, and I'm scared to think about the increased safety risk and worry that I will have to treat the alley and streets as a higher safety risk and, make them off limits to my family. An addition of well over 200 cars a day on top of the Willard through traffic, the usual commercial traffic, typical residents, it makes the residential streets and alley into more of a commercial traffic zone. The increase in traffic on Heard poses a material increase in risk to the kids walking to school and other pedestrians and cyclists. There will be overlap with the start of the Willard school day. Even worse now, eliminating the alley than prior to me finding that out 40 minutes ago. If you close off the access to the alley for exiting cars, then you just shift the problem over to Heard, which is already a mess, as evident by the city's recommendation to steer traffic into the alley, a recommendation that was not evaluated by the traffic study submitted by this business. And I'm a bit confused because that recommendation from the city came as part of the DAPR recommendation. These increased safety risks exist because of the exceptions that this for-profit business is asking for in their plan for a commercial building in an R1 district. There's too many risks and unknowns, and Mr. Marlis's philosophy of water seeking its own level sounds a bit more like a shoot first and ask questions later approach. Let's build the building, and then, whatever problems come up, they'll just sort of sort themselves out. And that alarms me. There will be an increased safety issue. There will be increased quality of life issues for those living in the R1 area. I think Mr. Jameson articulated it very well, but exceptions to this exceptions will impose safety hardships to the neighborhood and set future precedent for anyone wanting to replace an Evanston church with a commercial building in the future.
All right, thank you, Mr. Boyle. One thing I forgot to mention that I want to just say right now, that if someone else has already stated what you were going to say, then by all means say, I agree with the comments that have been made with respect to, let's say, the, vehicular access on Hurd, or cars coming in and out of the alley. Anything you can do to not repeat the same thing over again, but still make your point would be appreciated. With that, our next speaker will be Janine Scheimer.
Hello. Okay, so you just said this, not to repeat everybody's things that they already said. The two presentations were amazing. I just really want to reiterate the safety, the traffic on Hurd. 200 cars a day is insanity to running up and down Hurd. I just am really, really worried about the safety of the kids who dart across the street without being supervised by their parents, and the speed in which cars. I know everybody is late. I know last time Kensington was trying to say that people are going to be coming and dropping their kids off in order to make it downtown on the trains before 9 a.m. or whatever, but it's not. The fact of the matter is they are coming at 8:45 to get to their job at 9 o'clock in Evanston at Northwestern or whatever. Everybody's late, everybody's in a hurry, it's not safe, and adding 200 cars to that is not a good situation. So I don't want to ramble on and make this go to midnight, but you guys really, really need to take into consideration the two presentations. They were very well thought out and really so many points that I was sitting here saying, yes, yes, yes. So please, please take into consideration the safety of our neighborhood.
All right, thank you, Ms. Scheimer.
Yep.
Next on my list is an Aaron Scheimer. Does he happen to be?
So he's right here, and I'm going to just pass the computer over. He has lots of things to say.
Thanks. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Great, thank you.
We can't see you anymore, though.
Oh, that's all right. Yeah. I'll make it quick. I just have one question. I worked in marketing and business development for over 20 years. And one of the first things you do when you're establishing your offering in a new market is gauge the size of the market through research. Excuse me, just let the dog out, so I had to run back into the house. So one of my concerns is I haven't seen an example that Kensington has implemented any sort of detailed marketing survey for Northwest Evanston or Southwest Wilmette to quantitatively gauge the market demand for a nursery school that will require 165 children. So this is a pretty normal thing to do when you're trying to establish your business in a new market. And it's an essential and simple method for validating a potential business. According to Kensington, this market demand has not been sized or gauged in any way beyond a finger wag or a guessing game. So what I would like to request is that Kensington is required to provide the following through a detailed survey: evidenced in quantitative validation that the immediate surrounding area of 2715 Hurd property do in fact represent a valid business opportunity. And as a result of this survey, define clearly the percentage of non-foot traffic that will then be required to flow into the residential neighborhood. And I ask that the city, our representatives in the commission deny this proposal until an adequate business case is provided. If you're going to build a facility of that size and scale, I think you have to have a really good business case to demonstrate that you will be successful. I have not seen that yet. And in fact, I think through tonight, it's pretty well demonstrated that the residents of this neighborhood actually have done a better job of estimating that than Kensington actually has. So,
All right, Mr. Scheimer, that's your 2 minutes, sir.
thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Mary Skinner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Great. Yeah, I too do not want to belabor the points already made, but I do want to reiterate the issues of safety around the traffic patterns. I reside at 2704 Lincolnwood Drive, so my garage abuts on that alley, and have grave concerns with a 16-year-old who just got a driver's license backing out of our garage into that proposed parking lot. So I've got my own reservations about that. I would mention that the photos depicted about the school drop-off, currently Willard and District 65 elementary schools K-5 are only at half capacity. So that's only half of the student body being dropped off in the morning. I can attest to the traffic patterns of people coming into the neighborhood when Willard is at its full capacity. The traffic study did not look at what the current one-way traffic patterns on Hurd include. So it's really not a relevant discussion to apply these, this traffic study is not relevant. It's not an accurate depiction of what is going on in the neighborhood since this one-way traffic. And so with everything being pushed over to Hurd, I see it being extremely problematic. And I would just encourage you all as commissioners to look at, and I looked up the city ordinances that Dennis was quoting earlier. And I think there's so many measures that are in direct conflict with what is on the books with our city ordinances that, the responsibility that you all commissioners have to ensure that these ordinances are enforced. I think there's just way too much here in conflict when it comes to traffic impact and parking, when all those teachers, administrators, after school activities, all those parking spots are displaced into the community, and those people are now parking in the community. The impact on the schools, the essential character of the neighborhood planning, and the conservation of the tax value of our homes. I think those are all major points that are going to be in direct conflict with this proposal.
All right, thank you, Ms. Skinner. Andrew Nebel. Mr. Nebel, yeah, you're in.
Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Oh, good. Okay. So this man comes here with his great plan. He tells us he's going to be a good neighbor, but in my opinion, a good neighbor wouldn't even propose this type of plan. 200 additional cars in our neighborhood every morning and every night, and yes, even throughout the day too. The congestion issues are clear, the noise issues are clear, and even his desire to destroy a historically significant church in favor of his for-profit venture is clear. It's also clear from the developer's previous comments, and I find these really important, that he doesn't even know his business well, or he's lying. First, he says trash pickup is going to happen whenever necessary. Then he says twice a week. Then he says Monday, Wednesday, and Friday. Then he says he doesn't offer partial day programs, when if you look at his website and not the other Kensington school website, but his website, he does offer partial programs, and there's no reason to think he won't offer them here. He was even surprised that other daycares offer scholarships and said that everyone is welcome at his school as long as they can afford it. Let's be clear, this is not an Evanston-friendly business. It is not a business we as a community want to partner with. This is a business for those who live in Winnetka and Kenilworth.
Andrew, we can't hear you. I think you're on mute all of a sudden.
Nope. Nope. How about now?
Hello?
No,
This is
the
bad.
last 30 seconds.
We can hear you now. Go ahead.
All right, well, this guy thinks that common sense is going to prevail. I mean, we live in a country where people won't wear masks even though they're told that they will die if they don't wear masks. And this guy thinks that his customers, and they are customers, are not going to drive up when Willard is loading in or out or throughout the day. They will. I urge the city to reject this. At least 70 or more of our neighbors think this is a bad idea. Please listen to us.
All right, thank you, Mr. Neagle. Next on my list is a Frederick Hoxie.
I'm speaking for my husband, Frederick, and I'm Holly Hoxie. I'm just going to read what I have. Fred and I live on Lincolnwood, parallel with the church and Willard, and across the street from our neighbors, friends on the alley. We would love to feel favorable toward not only our city's government, but also this proposal. Our disappointment stems from our perceived espoused values of the city, which were espoused 35 years ago when we chose Evanston as the community we wanted to raise our 4 sons. Crucial values promoted then by the city of equity, racial harmony, diversity, non-exclusivity, and a feeling of community shared by like-minded people, including our city government. These strengths seem to have been overshadowed by one goal of the city: revenue. Quality of life of Evanston citizens excuse me, should take first priority, not a revenue-producing commercial enterprise adding only disruption for its never consulted residents until it was seems like a fait accompli. The persons who will benefit from the daycare center, which we've said will come from other suburbs more able to afford the non-sliding scale tuition. Zoning rules have been pushed to the limits. Willard students and parents will be subjected to unsafe new traffic patterns, all requiring destruction of the present beautiful landscape. Parking will be non-existent for Willard staff, so that there will be an expansion of street parking surrounding the residential streets blocks away. I'm sure there'll be parking restrictions just to help the quality of life of our citizens too. Or meters or something put in. There will be a cleaning step in the evening, lengthening the hours of Kensington's day as well as our residents' day. Are there any concrete benefits to Evanston's whole community? I think not.
All right, thank you, Ms. Hoxie. I have Alyssa Jameson. Okay. Let's see, Jeff McCall.
I'm here. This is Alyssa.
Oh, Alyssa, okay.
Yeah, hi. My name's Alyssa Jameson. I live at 2750 Lincolnwood Drive. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today. Assume I echo all the sentiments and objections before this, but my comment is as follows. Despite what you might think, and based on what you've heard so far, I believe this neighborhood is invested in having this property developed. It's sat idle for too long. I personally think a daycare would actually be a perfect fit for this neighborhood and that lot, just not the one, the size and the scale that this developer is suggesting, and not one so out of touch with the community that Evanston strives to be. Evanston has indicated its commitment to end structural racism, as Mr. Jameson referred to earlier, and adopted a plan to work towards that. Specifically, the City Council of Evanston hereby declares Evanston an anti-racist city that strives to value all citizens, be a welcoming place to all people, and examine its own practices that may unintentionally exclude some of our neighbors, particularly people of color. I'm asking the committee to hold true to this directive as it deliberates this decision. Examine your own practices, especially in the face of what we heard this developer explicitly say, and I quote, "In regards to tuition subsidies, Mr. Marlowe said, unfortunately, this is not a public service and we have to do our best to provide a level of care and provide a service to those who can afford it. In regards to being proactive about working towards diversity and inclusion, Mr. Marlowe said, as far as enrollment, our doors are open to everyone. I don't know how there could be anything more that we could do. When asked, do you have any consultants that have advised you to be respectful to a community as diverse as Evanston? Mr. Marlowe responded, no Black consultants that are paid, but I'm happy to do so in the future. This is a company that intentionally profiled a particular part of Evanston that would serve to bring the greatest profit to its one and only shareholder, Mr. Marlis. If that one and only shareholder is disinterested in aligning to the city's anti-racist directive, why should we be interested in welcoming into our neighborhood and furthermore granting them the so many variances he is asking for? Finally, as a community, it is difficult for us to have confidence in a plan filled with so many I don't knows and perhaps and anecdotallys. This is where we live, and the ask of us is far too much for a business that brings so little benefit and is so blatantly unaware and perhaps unapologetic about a business's responsibility in furthering diversity and inclusion goals in the community. Pardon me, diversity and inclusion goals in the community it operates in. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Jameson. Jeff McCall. Okay. Helen Madden.
I live directly across the street from the church. I'm one of the 5 houses most affected. Everything they've said I agree with, except the enormous amount of traffic which will cause the noise pollution of at least 400 cars opening and closing their doors every day, plus the lights shining into all these houses as people are coming in when it's still dark in the morning and going in the evening. The emission pollution also, lack of green space. And I feel that the Planning Commission needs to represent the best interest of our residents and support us, all of us who have spoken umpteen times now, and not outside commercial businesses. This should be a residential neighborhood and not a commercial site. We need to be an R1 neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you. Leslie Shad. Okay. Let's see. Janet Clements. All right. Michael Felvey. Okay. Let's see. Barbara Greenspan.
Yes, thank you. I live at 2650 Hurd Avenue, and I agree with everything that my neighbors have said already. I agree wholeheartedly. What I want to add, though, is to put this request into perspective. This developer is seeking approval to put this daycare center to an R1 district. This would be building one of the largest daycare centers in the state of Illinois onto this too small property. I looked at the Illinois Department of Children and Family Services Sunshine website, which provides data as to all licensed daycare centers in the state of Illinois. There are approximately 2,918 daycare centers licensed in Illinois. Of these, less than 2%, 42 of those, have 165 or more children. So less than 2%. If we drill down just a little bit and look at the daycare centers in Illinois that are licensed for 6 week for the 0 to 5 or 6 week to 5-year-old children, 180, there are 180 of them. Only 3 of them have 165 or more children, and of those 3, 2 of them are not-for-profit daycare centers that provide services to a range of children of various socioeconomic backgrounds. They provide a benefit to their communities. In addition, those 3, when you look at the map of the location of those 3, they're on large tracts of land with ample parking, with heavily traveled streets and ample ingress and egress. Again, for those reasons, I urge that this commission deny the request. It's simply not appropriate, not viable, doesn't make any sense at all.
Thank you, Ms. Greenspan. Lawrence Silman. Stephen Rogers. Henry Cohn. Or Khan.
You won't let me in. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Mr. Rogers.
I was barred from getting in.
Oh, sorry. Mr. Khan, I'll get to you in a minute. Mr.
This is
Rogers.
Steve Rogers.
Yes, sir.
I guess my video won't come in because the host has disabled it.
Let me see. Here, I'm asking you to start your video. Let's see if that gives you something to.
You
Send it
should
to me
be able
again,
Start your
please.
video. All of the participants in the meeting have the clearance to start the video.
Yeah,
I was on video earlier, and then all of a sudden, the host is out.
Oh,
Here
thank
I
you.
am.
You're up.
There you go. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir.
As is obvious from the video, I'm a Black man who absolutely loves Evanston, while at the same time, I deplore the past treatment of Blacks in this great town. I live at 2719 Hurd, which is right next door to the parking lot for this proposed venture. Many of you may already know, but if you don't know, that parking lot has a very ugly history as it relates to Black people in Evanston. It was referred to earlier, but let me expand on it just a little more. That parking lot next to my home is a parking lot where there once lived or housed or held a house owned by a Black family in Evanston. And this story was told on WGN television news a couple of weeks ago. That Black family, because of Evanston's redlining and racial anti-Black policies, was required and forced to move their house physically from this parking lot to the Black community, to the 5th district. So this parking lot has some history, and ironically, a Black man, a proud Black man, lives right next door to this parking lot right now. So this parking lot has this historic value and importance, and now it is to be used to cater to a predominantly white, wealthy family that is families in Winnetka, Skokie, Wilmette, and Kenilworth. It is not to be used primarily for families in Evanston, in particular, Black families in Evanston. Therefore, I absolutely implore you to please vote against this. This whole thing is absolutely horrible. The presentations that were given earlier were outstanding. Even Stevie Wonder, a blind man, could see that this does not belong here. And to move forward on this endeavor would just be an absolute embarrassment to this great city of Evanston that has been nationally recognized as a leader when it comes to Black-white issues at this present time. Thank you very much. I'll close with that.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Khan.
My name is Henry Cohn. I'm at 2716 Lincolnwood Drive. I fully support all of my neighbors' comments and applaud their presentations and comments. I would just mention quickly that I appreciate the service of the commissioners and the city staff dealing with a difficult environment with regards to the pandemic, not that any of us caused. I am a little disappointed, though, that in the 3 years since the city changed the traffic flow, Public Works apparently has not done their own study. It seems to me that there is, in fact, no reliable traffic study that's been done. just to address the traffic just around Willard School, let alone, adding in 200 cars into the neighborhood during school hours. Again, Mr. Marlis talked about water seeking its own way. What's going to happen if they don't go down the alley is now you're going to have cars going down Lincolnwood and Park Place, creating more dangerous conditions for school-age children, and further causing greater traffic congestion. I would urge the Plan Commission to oppose this project. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, sir. Let's see. I have Maureen Hanrahan. Mrs. Hanrahan, I believe I saw you on here earlier. You're on mute, Mrs. Hanrahan. All right, well, if you come back, we'll get back to you. Renee Coleman.
Yes, hi, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Hi, thank you for giving us the time to give our comments. I just want to say I agree with everything that's been said with regard to the traffic. I live at 2644 Hurd Avenue, and I have been here for many years and have to tell you that many occasions I've had people park in my parking lot to drop off their kids, and I don't even know them. I've also park in my driveway and I don't even know these people. Many occasions I've had to call the police to have them remove the cars from my driveway, and it doesn't happen. Police don't come. So I just want to say thank you to everybody in the neighborhood for putting forth all their efforts in the with regard to the presentation, and I oppose this project.
All right, thank you very much. Linda Prager.
Hi, I'm here, but it won't let me start my video, so I'll just, maybe I can do it now.
Oh, there you go.
Yep, thank you. I live at 2720 Lincolnwood, and our property backs up to the alley, catty corner from the church parking lot. I do believe, Alyssa mentioned this in passing, that community opposition has been misrepresented a few times. And I think it's important, to put on the record that we are not unilaterally opposed to development of this space. It would be a completely different conversation if this was not this perfect storm of convergence. If this property was not directly across the street from a major elementary school, it would be a different conversation. If the footprint of this proposed development was half the size, it would be a different conversation. And without being able to rectify that, the front door of these two facilities, of the school and of this new daycare center, are directly across the street from each other, and you see the chaos that it creates. Ultimately, that's not going to change. The school's not going to move, and Mr. Marlis has made it clear that his business cannot operate at a much reduced footprint. So therefore, there ultimately is no remedy. Just like was mentioned, perhaps we seem like we're contradicting our points when we were complaining about the alley usage, and now they've remedied the alley. But ultimately, you can't put in place anything that will sufficiently address the child safety issues. And it may sound melodramatic, but I truly believe this would be a tragedy waiting to happen if we had this convergence of cars and small children in this limited space. So thank you so much for your consideration and for listening to the data that was presented today.
All right, thank you, Ms. Prager. Gregory Smith.
Yes, can you hear me, please?
Yes, sir.
Good. So I have some prepared statements. I also want to associate myself with Linda Prager. It is a tragedy waiting to happen. My wife and I have lived on the east side of Heard at 2737 for almost 33 years, and we're not going anywhere anytime soon. I want to make 3 quick points and then make a final comment. My wife and I already have trouble backing our cars out of our front driveway onto Heard, including many close calls with vehicles over the years, even outside of Willard school hours. I have not heard any talk, since this is an R1 neighborhood, any consideration being given to dividing the entire lot into residence-sized lots and building houses. It is, after all, an R1 district for a reason. It seems though a square peg is attempting to be put in a round hole. 3, a 3rd story open playground on the roof consisting of children up to 5 years of age, eventually during playtime, yelling and screaming, will allow playground noise to sail to surrounding areas with ease and amplification. Civil sirens are stood above the buildings and tree lines for residents to hear far and wide for this exact reason, to have an amplifying effect, create sound pollution, and all the other stuff. My final comment is a simple one. I'm not going to get into all the material produced and presented to the commissioners by a huge number of us that oppose this. I'll just say that, all things considered, all of us know that this is exactly the wrong thing to do. And I'll further say that we that are replying all know that you commissioners probably know that it is the wrong thing to do. Please show your courage by changing your vote from approval to disapproval when you send your decision about this project to the city council. Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. Next, I have a Leonard Shara. All right. Let's see, Beth Flintoft. Oh, actually, I believe she made her comments at the last meeting. So, Colin Robinson. All right, Vatsal Desai. Todd Semla.
Yes, I'm here. Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you. As I said, my name is Todd Semla and I reside at 2732 Lincolnwood Drive, located on the same block as 2715 Heard. And I'd like to thank the Planning Commission for its time and patience. I'm a 25-year resident of the neighborhood. I oppose the city of Evanston granting a special use permit to Kensington School for the purpose of establishing a child care facility at 2715 Heard, and I cite the following reasons. Everything that's been said about the safety issues, I am entirely in agreement with. And closing off the alley really doesn't change things. It just makes a different set of problems. I fail to see a public benefit to the city of Evanston, its residents, and the affected neighborhood. The impact on the neighbor's quality of life will be entirely negative, starting with 300 plus car doors opening and closing starting at 6 a.m. 5 days a week. The proposal is not consistent with the city's values or stated equity goals. As Mr. Rogers pointed out so eloquently, the story of the Black family that was dislocated from that site. And I would suggest, instead of allowing the property to be developed primarily for non-Evanston residents, the city should implore subsidizing the development of affordable housing on the property. Such use would be consistent with the city's recently approved reparations plans. The applicant is requesting numerous exemptions to city zoning, several of which already exceed the existing zoning allowances. Why has there been no discussion about returning to the current zoning standards? The facts supporting my objections have been described in detail by others and in the material submitted to the Planning Commission. Given all the above and what others have voiced, approval of a special use permit for a business that offers nothing but heightened safety hazards to school children and disruption of the quality of life in an R1 zone neighborhood would be harmful without benefit. I ask the commission to vote not to approve the special use application. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mr. Semla. Mrs. Hanrahan, Maureen Hanrahan, I thought I saw you for a second there. Are you back? Oh, you need to take yourself off mute.
Okay, I really don't have much more to say. I just agree with the great job that our team did, and I hope the commissioners vote no on this school.
Okay, thank you, Mrs. Hanrahan.
Okay.
Kristen Braubacher or Brockbauer, apologies. All right, no. Mrs. Elizabeth Smiley.
Hello,
Yes.
can you hear me? Okay. So I wrote, in case you did not see it, a article for the Evanston Roundtable, which was published last month, and basically spoke about safety and equity. We've covered a lot about the safety, but circling back to the equity, and specifically trying to develop this space to single family homes, which is consistent to what happened on Harrison when Covenant Church was taken down. It was redeveloped for single family homes, and also consistent when Kendall College left, and I believe the original Ricemore School left, and that whole area was developed for single family homes, because that's what this is. We make an exception for schools and for places of worship. When we're not having those, then we revert back to single family homes. And then with the equity, I think that first of all, what the city of Evanston is claiming it wants to do in this community, which is outlined by recently having reparations being approved, that could be dovetailed into having homes built on this site, which also could be used in conjunction with the Evanston Township High School's geometry and construction program that builds houses. And thirdly, to try to save space in landfill, we again have a homegrown project, the Evanston Rebuilding Institution, that can come in and take down the church and do it with people that are employed from Evanston residents, and also decrease landfill. So please vote no on this proposal. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Mrs. Smiley. I have Desmond Thomas.
Hi, my name is Desmond Thomas. I live 3 houses north of the proposed Kensington School on Heard with my wife and 5-year-old daughter. The previous presenters have done a great job of showing the reasons why this should be denied. Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Yes, sir.
All right. The previous presenters have done a great job of showing why this should be denied. This area is zoned R1 residential. Will you listen to us, the residents? One of the reasons my family lives here is because we can have peace and quiet most of the time. The proposed daycare will disturb our peace. This is one of the only places I've seen where it's still relatively safe for children to use the sidewalks, streets, and alleys. The proposed daycare will threaten the safety of our kids. The Kensington Schools owner has shown that he does not respect our tradition of diversity and inclusion. Last but not least, Evanston should keep its commitment to excellence. We should continue to welcome socially responsible capitalism, but let companies that degrade our quality of life find other towns. The proposed daycare does not meet the standards of our community. What does Evanston mean to you? To me, it means everything. Thank you for your time. Please deny this request.
Thank you, Mr. Thomas. Is there anyone who maybe didn't sign up or maybe I missed that would like to make a public comment with respect to this plan development? All right, Ms. Lauren Janis.
Hi, thank you. I'm Lauren Janis, and our family moved to Lincolnwood Drive a year ago this month. We moved here because we have 2 young children and we valued the community and the location to Willard. If this, when I heard about this potential development, I initially heard that it was just going to be a daycare center in the church, which I thought was a really good idea, and maybe something that we might consider sending our younger child to. When I then learned of the extent of the development and the fact that they were going to tear down the church and build something much, much bigger, I had to ask for clarification because I didn't understand how that was going to be possible on that site. Our neighbors have spoken to the issue of traffic. I couldn't agree more. If this building were to go up as planned, I could not allow my children to walk to school. That the traffic would be just too dangerous. And I just wanted to conclude by saying, when we moved here and we looked at childcare, we were looking for a 3-year-old and we had no problem. So there's really not a desperate need for 165-person childcare facility like the one proposed. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Janis. Carrie Marr.
Yes, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Can everybody hear me? Okay, thank you.
Yes.
Hi, I'm Carrie Martin. I live at 2718 Ewing, which is about 2 blocks from Willard. I have a 4th grader and a kindergartner at Willard. And I just want to bring up a point. So many people have said so many things, and I agree with them all. Thank you, neighbors, especially Mr. Stephen Rogers for bringing up the historic issues in the past that are just sitting with me hard. But as a mother of 2 kids, again, my oldest is in 4th grade. So that picture that we all saw of Heard with all of the cars, I have been in that line. It's way worse than that picture shows. Again, it's been brought up, that picture only shows, it's half the kids. It was taken in January or something. When the school is at full capacity, that picture, it's far more crowded. I have witnessed on many occasions, as things are now, I have witnessed children almost getting hit by a car. I, as I mentioned, have a kindergartner. I have a kindergartner with an IEP, a neurodivergent child. Many of you may not be aware of the district's shift in their inclusion. They're really pushing to have children with special needs in their neighborhood schools. And it's a credit to our district that they are including all of our children and putting the supports there. But if you have a neurodivergent child like I do, I mean, we've seen so many people, we heard so many people tonight talk about how they're worried for their children. They're worried for their neurotypical children who process things in a neurotypical way. When you have a child with special needs, with a neurodivergent brain, I mean, my son has impulse issues. This is a nightmare as it stands. If you have a child with ADHD or a child on the spectrum, and the district is pushing us to put our children in their neighborhood school. So if they're going to do that, we at least need to have a safe plan for our kids to get in and out. I mean, I can't even understand how this daycare center is being entertained as someone who has actually been in that drive up and pick up line. It's a nightmare. And it really is a terrible, terrible accident waiting to happen. So I implore on every commissioner here to please act on behalf of our children. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Ms. Marr. Is there anyone else who would like to speak on this item?
Yeah, this is Adam Prager. Could I make a quick comment?
There's one other person, Rick Aceves.
Oh, okay. Mr. Prager, didn't you were already speaking with in the long presentation?
Well, that was strictly to respond to the continuing.
Batteries, please charge.
Sorry, Mr. Prager. We're gonna move on to the Mr. I'm sorry. Is it Aceves?
Aceves.
Aceves.
I think we said that correctly.
All right, great. I'm not sure that I can hear you, sir.
Low. Batteries, please charge.
Can you hear me now? Sorry.
Yes, sir.
Okay, thank you so much for your time. So I live next door to Steve Rogers at 2725 Hurd, which is right next door to him. And then our next door neighbor, one door down, is Desmond Thomas. And then behind our neighbor is Ken Jones. And then his neighbor also, African family. So what I'm trying to say here is that on our block, there are lots of people of color. And this project doesn't support any of the opportunities for children of color to close that opportunity, racial and economic gap. And so Evanston has a harsh history with displacing and disrupting the lives of people of color. And so now here's another giant project that's going to come again and disrupt the lives in a community that has lots of people of color who have worked hard to be here, but it just doesn't seem to matter to those, because I think as a town, we pride ourselves on being equity minded and equity forward, but here it sounds like approving this project would be selling equity to the highest bidder. So I am opposed to this project, and I appreciate all of the work of everyone on this call, and thank you for your time.
All right, thank you. Alexander Durham.
Hello, I live with my grandmother, Helen Madden, who's most likely already spoken. I've just gotten home. I live directly across the street at 2932 Park Place. And I understand I missed most of this, and I'm sorry for that. But I just wanted to say that this neighborhood, and I've bragged to people about this neighborhood being this way, that it is such a beautiful neighborhood that is safe for our children. It is a place where we can let our kids go outside with the neighbor kids, and we don't have to worry about it. We can just let them go play outside. And it's just, we have that peace of mind. Just the very presence and the essence of this building being here, even though it's geared toward children, it will strip that safety, that just concept of we feel safe here. It'll strip that away, and we will no longer have that beautiful, peaceful neighborhood that we all love and enjoy. That's all I wanted to say.
All right, thank you, Mr. Durham. All right. Is there anyone else? All right. Mr. Marlis, thank you for your patience. You can have the final word before we close the record and begin deliberations. If you'd like closing statement.
Sure. No real final word needed. I just wanted to thank you, Chairman Isaac, and the rest of the commission, for all this time. Quite simply, I've been working on this project with city staff for about a couple of years now. And frankly, I wouldn't still be here today if it weren't for their continued support and recommendations. The removal of the alley access was at their request after our last meeting. So, we're just trying to move the ball down the field and see if we can get this done. But I do appreciate everybody's comments tonight. Thank you very much. And that's it. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Mr. Marlis. All right. With that, the public record is closed, and we will move to commissioner deliberation. So where do we want to start off? Does anyone want to take a first crack and open up the discussion? Don't all start at once.
I'll start. Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, go ahead.
No, I was, you know, a lot of the projects we review are in zoning districts where I think we have to make a choice between, you know, honoring the wishes of maybe the immediate neighbors, and because of where the site is located, it also affects the whole city. But those are not R1 districts. And I think that especially in an R1 district, we need to be very, very sensitive to the neighbors. And we've heard overwhelmingly that the neighbors do not want this project. So to me, you know, and I also think, you know, on the other hand, that this is the building is too large for the site, but even if it wasn't, the fact that all the neighbors essentially do not want this particular project at this size, I think we have to listen to. And I think that's part of our role here. So I would vote no on this.
So it's interesting because as far as the building's concerned, you know, I mean, the building lot coverage is less than what's required. They're not asking for more, and the building height is slightly higher than what is allowed, and I believe that has at least partly to do with the parapet wall. And so I know the fact that this is an R1 district has been referenced many times throughout these meetings, and while I understand that R1 districts are supposed to have a lower density and lower use, this special use is allowed in that district, and the building is relatively, you know, properly sized for an R1 district. The problem that I have, so it has nothing to do with an R1. The problem I have is I feel like the use, whereas a church, which was a special use, had sort of a symbiotic relationship with the neighboring school, right, where the peak hours of the church wouldn't be at the same time and on the same days as the school. This use is butting right up against it, and so I have an issue with that. But the R1 thing, I feel like the words R1 are being thrown out too much, I think. But that's me. I'm sorry. I was gonna wait until the end, but I heard R1 and I had to say something. I'm sorry, Commissioner Westerberg, you wanted to speak on this.
I actually don't have a problem with the size of the project so much. It's not so high that it becomes a problem, I think, for the neighborhood. The issue to me falls down to the parking and the traffic. And it, you know, I visited the neighborhood about 3 different times, and the neighbors are correct. There is an awful lot of traffic, and there's an awful lot of confusion about which way people should be driving on some of those streets. And without solving that traffic problem, I think the project does create kind of an undue harm and potential hazard for the neighborhood. So I can see the concern with that, and think that would have to be drastically rethought and adjusted before I would approve of the project also. But I do want to say one thing on behalf of the applicant. You know, I don't think he needs to feel ashamed for running a for-profit operation. It would be wonderful to have more not-for-profit childcare centers. But the fact that this is for-profit shouldn't necessarily knock him out of the box, so to speak. So I would hope that that is something that the residents and the neighbors can take into account. It's not his tax status that really has an effect on anything. It's simply the nature of his operation and the nature of the traffic in that neighborhood. And that's pretty much it for me.
I'm going to speak from experience of taking children to daycare every day. And I've also been in larger daycares, one of the larger ones in Evanston that has around 130. And in that experience, I would agree with the applicant's assertion that it is a rolling drop off. And in my experience for the one that had 130 kids, I've never seen more than, I don't know, 6 spots at a time full. And I know it's hard to understand, but it actually does work that way in daycare. I think this year is a little bit different because everyone's working from home and we're pushed back a little bit. But with a 6:30 start, I think that's actually really good for fitting people's schedules. And I'd say my recommendation is, could they change their hours to really try and get everybody there by 8:30 and stop that overlap? Because part of the problem with any elementary school is everybody's kind of trying to drop off right before 9, creating these huge queue problems. And I know our current daycare, they tell you that you're supposed to be there at 8:30. That's when it starts to start. Okay, people run late every now and then. You have a doctor's appointment. It happens, but I think it's very feasible to change hours to try and get people in at 8:30 so you don't have that really crucial overlap in the morning. And in the evening, yeah, it's a totally different game. I mean, people, sometimes you don't see anybody in the parking lot. So, I mean, just coming from a current status, I think part of the residents' issues is that it's hard to understand that that's what the drop off is so different for daycare versus elementary school. And if we did follow those advice that those are different kind of schedules, it's a little bit of a different ballgame. I definitely see that these residents have some very important concerns about this traffic issues that's related to Willard. And is it the fault of this project that people aren't paying attention to traffic regulations? I don't know if we can penalize them necessarily. Something does need to happen, I guess we could say, but I personally cannot think of a greater use of a preschool next to an elementary school. And also speaking from experience, if you have to get kids enrolled in February or March for a September tuition or September start in Evanston, that's how it is for good daycares. I mean, to me, that sounds like a shortage. So that's my personal experience having to deal with it. I really think they could benefit from scholarships. That's on the equity side. But unfortunately, what they're offering right now is kind of standard in Evanston. And then I'm not saying it's going to end up being the most expensive in Evanston. It's kind of typical. And they have every right to want to run a business where they're offering good daycare. So I don't see that as a penalty. On the site plan itself, the height issue does not concern me as much because the parapet is within the allowable. They're offering the playground on the roof, and that access is what's kind of offering up, ruining that allowance, you could say. Personally bothered that there wasn't an attempt to increase the permeable pavers in the parking lot. I think there could be some opportunities of maybe some shared playground space for residents, something along those lines. Could be a good amenity, but really talking about concerns about noise, I mean, you're next to an elementary school. So I don't see that as really being relevant for this cause.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Draper. Any other commissioners want to speak generally as to the
I'll just chime in here. I agree a lot with what you had to say, Chair Isaac. The size of the building doesn't bother me. It's the impact on the neighborhood that I have the greatest concern with. There's always going to be problems anytime anything changes in a neighborhood, but I think that the impact that this brings to this neighborhood will create a a cumulative impact when weighed with the school across the street and the traffic that it's generating and things like that. So that's my biggest issue with this project.
I want to clarify what I said before. When I said the project was too large, I didn't mean that the building was too large. I meant that there's too many kids creating the traffic issues and all of the other things that were mentioned. The building is fine.
Okay. So, you know, I have to say, Commissioner Draper's comments have me, you know, rethinking, you know, some of my thoughts on the effect, because I can honestly say that I haven't been, you know, I don't know what a rolling drop off looks like, right? I've taken my children to preschools where it's mayhem for, you know, in the general vicinity of the preschool for a good, you know, 30 minutes, you know, 10 to 15 minutes before to 10 to 15 minutes after the time, where it's just, you know, one time. It's sort of like it's, they're probably experienced at Willard or at any of the elementary schools here in Evanston. And you know, that type of drop off is extremely problematic for the neighborhood. But a rolling drop off, I don't know, you know, the 200 cars or 200 trips a day, figuring 100 in the morning, 100 in the afternoon. That sounds like a lot. And if it takes, you know, 5 to 10 minutes per drop off, it does sound like it's going to be a problem. And I just don't know. I mean, I'm not certain that the parking and the drop off and the pickup aren't going to be a major issue for the neighborhood. I'm not convinced. But Commissioner Draper did a good job of putting some doubt in my head.
I guess I'll go next. Actually, when this first came to us, the very first thing I did was to read the packet from the neighbors. And they did a very good job with the information they shared with us at this meeting. And just as a public service announcement, there are a couple of vacancies on the Plan Commission. So if any of you are interested, I encourage you to submit an application, because I think there are certainly those among you who have got, would be an asset to the commission. But I think that the plan, and again, I think that redeveloping the site does address a couple of issues. First of all, along Park, it eliminates the circular drive, and so 2 curb cuts that impact that safe school route. Also, any new development would have to provide stormwater management, which is not present on the site. And I think that there is some benefit with the proposal, the change to the alley structure, to have the 90-degree parking, where you're adding, essentially, you're making the portion of the alley, you know, adjacent to the parking, 24, essentially a 2-way street, although that impact is fairly minor, because, you know, it really doesn't even run the full length of that property, because it goes back down to the single lane entrance. I think that you know, the real question is the impact, and I think Commissioner Draper did a good job of explaining that as well. It's been a number of years since I was in a position to use daycare services, and you know, there were relatively few occasions where I ended up parking on the street, for example. My kids went to the Kendall College Daycare Center. I'll show my age, when that was in operation. And so there was a large parking lot. So one of the issues I have, and we don't have any real good information, is whether or not there really are enough drop-off spaces that are available to the families in the morning and evening. I mean, you know, I looked at kind of the closing off the alley exit addresses one traffic issue, but you know, the question then becomes, you know, could you add a couple more parking spaces on the alley that would free up a few additional spaces for the parents. Again, that's a change in plan, and it's not what is before us at this point. But I think that in not having really a definitive good understanding of the how the parking and transportation really will work, I think my sense is that maybe this is not the right development for this particular site. Although again, I'm really kind of torn as to which way to go on this, because I don't object to the building per se. The height doesn't bother me. And the allowances that are being requested really are fairly minimal. You know, the stormwater detention is going to have to be handled based on the site lot coverage. But I think the traffic and the impact on the neighborhood is something that, I mean, we're better off. I think I'm going to err on the side of supporting the neighborhood concerns, but understanding that at some point this site is likely to be redeveloped. And we're going to have to address this again.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Lindwall. All right.
Commissioner Isaac, can I make a comment?
Yeah, please, Commissioner Johnson.
I wanted to weigh in specifically as I think the only other planning commissioner who has very young children. And just to concur with what Commissioner Draper said about the rolling drop off, I mean, I've sent my my kids to 2 different daycares in Evanston, and the drop off in my experience at these 2 daycares has been drop off is really predicated on when the parent has to be at work. And so, you know, the 6:30 opening time or whatever, it's, you know, in my experience, that would be like the nurses that start work early. So nurse mom drops off kid earlier, so an hour and a half earlier than office worker dad, like myself, drops off. So it's not like the elementary school that I live by, where there's a crush of cars and buses all at once. It's a completely different thing. And both of the daycares that I've patronized in Evanston, gosh, I guess have like 5 parking spaces, and I never had an issue the days that I did drive rather than walk or bike over with my son. But the days that I did drive, I never found all 5 spots full. So it's that like the rolling drop off. I just kind of want to reiterate that my experience has been the same as Commissioner Draper's experience. Yeah, it's I'll wrap it up there for the sake of time. I think Commissioner Hugo wants to go next.
Mr. Chairman, if I could, I'm actually inclined to support this project based largely on the issues that Commissioner Draper outlined. The one issue that still I'm grappling with is the traffic issue. And I think I want to thank the residents for putting together a very thoughtful proposal and a counter proposal and a very well organized presentation. But with respect to the traffic, where I'm struggling with is we have a traffic study by professional traffic study outfit. Staff has worked with the applicant, with the consultant they've used. Staff was comfortable on the traffic issues, subject to the various additional conditions that they've outlined in their recommendation to the commission for dealing with the traffic issue. And on the other hand, we have the presentation of the residents that are making a different point, that the traffic will be very, very negatively impacted. I'm not a traffic expert, and I suspect very few of us on the commission are. And so for me, it's sort of a battle of the experts, so to speak. And perhaps I'd certainly be interested in hearing from staff. You've been working closely with the applicant. Obviously, traffic is a big issue here. You've worked with the consultant who's provided the traffic study. You've also heard the residents' concerns. I'd just like to hear from staff, what is your view based on what you've now heard on this traffic issue? Because for me, it's hard for me to really discern, other than just sort of my gut feeling tells me, which is probably not the way to deal with an issue like traffic, which you can quantify, and there are metrics to be applied in terms of what the anticipated impact on the community will be. But subject to that one caveat, I would be inclined to vote in favor of the project.
Let's see. I presume Commissioner Huca, you wanted to hear from staff on that?
Yes, I would, if that's appropriate at this time.
Sure.
Sure. In terms of the traffic study, staff, of course, uses the traffic study done by the applicant, and it is reviewed by staff, including the Public Works Department, who certainly a little bit more knowledgeable than me personally on traffic flows and such. And so the site plan and the configuration of even the alley access was done to try and disperse the traffic that was coming and leaving the site. I mean, that was the main consideration, is to make sure that there were multiple ways to have traffic flow through the area. Now with the site plan changed to have the alley access off, the Public Works Agency took a look at it and still thinks that the intersection at Heard and Park Place will still accommodate those extra vehicles. I think the one thing that I note from the traffic study is that the traffic study indicates that the bulk of the daycare traffic is going to occur before the bulk of the school traffic. So the traffic indicates that it's not going to happen at the same time, that they're happening at different times. And so I think that's the conclusion we came to on traffic.
Let me, not to be argumentative here, but I have been on teams with traffic consultants that are hired by the owner. I have listened to traffic consultants many, many times. And I can tell you, first of all, they are always hired by the owner, meaning the owner is paying them for this report. I have never in all those times dealing with a traffic consultant, has ever the traffic consultant said, hey, we got a problem with this project. Never. They always say what the owner wants them to say, which is that there is no traffic problem. Just an observation.
Excuse me. I have a question for Commissioner Johnson and Commissioner Draper. Just approximately how many children are in the daycares that you currently use?
I just looked it up on the DCFS website while we were all talking. The one previously was a bigger one, was 130 children, and it was next in St. Francis Hospital. That one, I would say I haven't had an issue with. We were always in the row. That was probably like 6 spots taken. Where we are currently is more like 60 kids. And with that one, I've never seen the same thing. It's never more than 5 cars there at a time.
Mm-hmm. And how quick is drop off? I mean, you're going into the building, finding the classroom?
You don't go into a classroom necessarily. I mean, things are all different right now in COVID.
Yeah.
But I would say it is used, probably it's going to be 10 minutes, maybe from your car to coming back.
Depends how fussy your kid is feeling that day. But yeah, if I can get it done in about 10 minutes.
Okay.
And if it's an upstairs, I mean, I'm sure the applicant can also tell us, but the ones that are upstairs, you wouldn't be taking them to an upstairs classroom as well. That's, they have somebody at the door.
Mhm. All right, well, should we look at the standards? How do you want to do this? I think we need a motion first. Is there, what is this?
Well, I'll move to approve the project.
Okay, so Commissioner Draper moves to approve the project. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Commissioner Johnson seconds. All right, are there any amendments to the proposal?
Just a point of clarification, was that motion to approve with the suggested staff recommendations, or is it just to approve?
Wasn't that, why don't you make it an amendment?
Okay,
Okay, motion by Commissioner Lindwall to incorporate staff recommendations to the plan development application. Is there a second to that motion?
I'll second.
Commissioner Draper seconds. All right, let's, is there any discussion for modification of the recommendations from staff?
just that I think that both the construction management plan, the last two items, and the applicant working with staff to address the traffic concerns probably ought to include involvement with the immediate neighbors. Because I can see, for example, with the construction management plan, that's going to be pretty tricky with the one-way, the hour where herd is one way in the morning and same in the afternoon in terms of delivery of materials and maybe some other things. So I don't know that this is quite as simple as a typical construction plan. And I think that if this proceeds, especially as the facility is occupied, that there may be some issues that should involve the neighbors.
And I think with that, on that same token, is that the hours of operation could also be reviewed a bit further.
Were hours of operation
or start time, I should say, of classes.
Okay, I don't believe that was, so let's get to that. Let's get to that next. So, because we're gonna have amendment on amendment here. Okay,
well,
so
could I incorporate? I'd be happy to incorporate that into my
okay, all right, great.
All right, so let me restate my motion. I recommend that our recommendation include the staff recommendations on conditions, with the addition of working with the applicant to adjust the hours of operation, particularly in the morning, so that they do not conflict with the school. or to try to lessen the potential impact with school drop-off hours.
Okay.
Before that's seconded, do you want to add in your comment about working with the neighbors on traffic concerns and construction management?
Yes. So the approved construction management plan and the traffic concerns would also include working with the neighbors, the immediate neighbors in particular.
Okay. Is there a second to that motion?
Yeah, second.
Okay. Any discussion on that amendment to the motion on the motion for the proposal? All right, hearing none. Ms. Jones, if you can call roll on Commissioner Lindwall's motion to amend the motion on the table.
All right. Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
No.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
No.
Commissioner Westerberg,
No.
Chair Isaac.
Yes.
So that's the amendment. So now we go to the main motion, right?
Now we're back to the main motion unless there's any other further amendments that someone wants to propose. Okay, hearing none, let's go look at the standards. And I feel like we'll have some disagreement on these, so let's pull them up if you could, Ms. Jones, thank you. All right, I'll read this out. Special use, as a special use, a plan development involves such special considerations of the public interest that it shall be required to adhere to the specific plan development standards established in the zoning district in which it is located. Compliance with the standards shall govern the recommendations of the Plan Commission applicable to a plan development and the action of the City Council in order to ensure that an approved plan development is in harmony with the general purposes and intent of the zoning ordinance. The Plan Commission shall not recommend approval of, nor shall the City Council approve a plan development unless each shall determine, based on written findings of fact, that the plan development satisfies the specific standards established in the zoning district in which the plan development is located. All right, that's just a mission statement. So we're going to say not applicable, and let's go to the next slide. Each plan development shall be compatible with surrounding development and shall be not of such a nature in height, bulk, or scale as to exercise any influence contrary to the purpose and intent of the zoning ordinance as set forth in section 6-1-2, purpose and intent. So, I don't think, I haven't heard anyone say that the physical attributes of the plan development are problematic to the commissioners. I think there's disagreement as to the use of the plan development that is at issue, and I would say that it is not satisfied due to the parking and traffic issues.
But wouldn't that come under number 2? Which talks about traffic and impact?
I mean, this is bulk and scale.
This is bulk and scale. Okay, apologies. Okay,
I
so
think that's okay.
so we can say number 1 is satisfied.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. Number 2, each plan development shall be compatible with and implement the adopted comprehensive general plan as amended, any adopted land use or urban design plan specific to the area, this zoning ordinance, and any other pertinent city planning and development policies, particularly in terms of A, land use, B, land use intensity, C, housing, D, preservation, E, environmental, F, traffic impact and parking, G, impact on schools, public services and facilities, H, essential character of the neighborhood, I, neighborhood planning, J, conservation of the taxable value of land and buildings throughout the city and retention of taxable land on tax rolls. Okay. So
I would say that it does not meet B, land use intensity. It does not meet F. It does not meet G, doesn't meet H, and it doesn't mean I if I is listening to the neighbors.
Okay, is there a counterpoint there?
I would agree.
I agree as well.
If I could offer maybe just, oh, sorry, go ahead.
So I was just gonna say, I mean, impact on schools. Yes, this is a directly opposite of school, but it's also an education facility. So, I mean, let's also remember that this is kind of in the neighborhood next to a school. It's still an educational facility as well.
Yeah, I think the primary issues are really B and F. Those are the primary reasons that I don't believe this is satisfied.
If I can offer again a counter argument on F, and I agree with Commissioner Halleck that every applicant has a traffic study that shows minimal impact, and at least my experience on the commission has been that in most cases, when neighbors are opposed to a project, they claim that it will result in a traffic problem. And so for me, F comes down to, in some ways, relying on staff, their work, because they, in theory, are the disinterested party in this discussion. So that's why for me, I'm not as concerned about F as perhaps some of the other.
I think the issue here is that this is a micro area. This is a neighborhood. I mean, I live near this neighborhood. I know what it's like, and you've got to consider this differently than a site that's, you know, on a major street or closer to downtown. This is a micro area, and I think the neighbors have a lot to say about how it's going to affect the traffic. I realize I'm just giving my opinion, but I just want to say that.
Okay, so I think we can agree that with respect to number 2, it's disputed whether it's satisfied or not satisfied. Yes?
Does anyone think that it's totally satisfied?
No, I wouldn't say so.
No, I think there are points that are not satisfied. I mean, some of the things are okay, but certainly not entirely.
Okay. Moving on to number 3. Each plan development shall be completed within 2 years of the issuance of the special use permit for the plan development. If extensive or staged development is approved as part of the plan development, however, the 2-year requirement may be extended to provide a more reasonable time schedule. The expanded time schedule shall be adopted as part of the plan development and so noted on the special use permit for a plan development. This will be either satisfied or not applicable.
Yeah, it's not applicable for our purposes.
Yeah. Okay. Okay, continued. Number 4, no special use permit for a plan development should be valid for a period longer than 1 year. I'm sorry, I don't think we need to read this at this point. At this point, this is not applicable to us. 5, all landscaping treatment within the plan development shall be provided in accordance with the requirements set forth in Chapter 17, landscaping and screening, and shown on the required landscape plan submitted as part of the plan development application. I believe we saw a landscape plan.
Yeah, there is a landscape plan. There's not a tree preservation plan in that document.
I don't think they were planning on preserving any trees.
I thought we discussed and there was at least a few trees that were on the parkway.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're parkway trees, not site trees.
Okay, yeah, okay. All right. Let's get the next slide. All right, site controls and standards. Number one, for each plan development, there shall be submitted a tree preservation statement evaluating building site
There you go.
as to whether desirable tree stands or other natural features exist and can be preserved. The preservation statement shall be made part of the required landscape plan submitted as part of a plan development application. Okay, and so this is what we're saying was not provided.
I thought the statement was, although I didn't go back, I think we'd have to defer to staff to say whether or not it was. I think there was certainly information in our packet saying that the applicant was not planning on preserving any,
Yeah.
any trees on site.
Mr. Griffith, can you remind us?
I don't believe it's in our packet. I mean, it could have been part of the full application.
I'd have to look that up. I don't think, I recall there was some notes on the engineering survey that indicated whether or not there was any trees or not to be saved. But I think any trees on the private property are going to be taken down by the nature of where the building and the parking is going to sit. I don't have that image up in front of me right now.
I think that's true. The question is whether or not the tree preservation statement was included as part of the application.
Well, I mean, aren't there trees on Park Place that are already there that I believe are remaining?
Those are all parkway trees, though. They're not.
No. In the
No.
not in the roundabout, but
But even if it's a parkway tree, it still is part of the project. So
true.
It is missing that because you have to also give a calculation what you're doing with the trees you're cutting down.
So that's a not satisfied.
So I'd say that one is a no.
okay, one's a no. Okay.
Two is
okay. For two, for all boundaries of the plan development not immediately abutting dedicated and improved public streets, there should be provided transition landscape strip of at least 10 feet. All right, this is one of the requests.
Yes.
Right.
So it's not satisfied.
So it's not satisfied. Right. Well, but for us approving it, it's not satisfied.
Yes.
Right, because they have the parking off the alley instead of this.
And I don't think there's three. I don't think there's 10 feet to the north to the.
No, that they did.
Is there 10 feet to the north from the parking to the neighbor?
Yeah, at least the staff report said there is. The variation request.
Correct.
It is provided on the north.
Yeah.
And but it's not on the east.
Oh, I see. Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, 10 foot 6 inches. Okay.
It's on the north, just where that parking is.
Mm-hmm. All right. Walkways developed for a plan development shall form a logical, safe, and convenient system for pedestrian access to all dwelling units, all project facilities, as well as any offsite destination likely to attract substantial pedestrian traffic. Walkways, when used by a substantial number of children as play areas, routes to school, or other principal destinations, shall be so located and safeguarded as to minimize contacts with normal automobile traffic. Street crossings shall be located, designed, and marked to promote the utmost safety. If substantial bicycle traffic is anticipated, bicycle paths shall be incorporated into the walkway system. Pedestrian ways shall not be used by other automotive traffic. Okay, so go ahead.
I was just going to say, I think this is probably satisfied.
I would agree. We went through how they were going to park and then walk from the parking lot to the front door. While maybe not the most desirable way to get it done, it was logical, safe, and convenient. All right. Next slide, please, Ms. Jones. All right. Continuing on site control and standards. Number 4, location, construction, and operation of parking, loading areas, and service areas shall be designed to avoid adverse effects on residential uses within or adjoining the development. Okay, so in this way, I mean, we can say that, you know, at least to the extent they cut off the access to the alley, that lowers vehicular traffic to the, you know, affecting the properties behind the site. Let's see, loading areas and service areas, I believe, are all going to be in that parking lot.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the, you know, they specifically didn't provide a loading area because of the nature of the their proposed nature of the meal delivery operation. But, you know, closing off the alley, you know, there's still going to be issues with respect to, you know, garbage pickup. I don't know if that's going to happen off the alley and they're going to get their dumpster that way, or if they're really going to come through the you know, the parking lot and have to turn around, which again, you know, that creates all sorts of other issues.
Well, I think if they're going to use the parking lot, then the garbage truck will likely back in
And then drive out, yeah.
and go straight out, because they'll have to back in so that it's, unless it's got one of those front loader.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I would say that that's satisfied. Because I mean, it definitely they took steps to avoid adverse effects. Number 5, principal vehicular access points shall be designed to permit smooth traffic flow with controlled turning movements and minimum hazards to vehicular and pedestrian traffic. Okay, so the access points, there's only one, I guess there's 2 access points. There's from the alley to the parking spaces on the east, and then there's the driveway. You know, I guess we can say they attempted to permit smooth traffic flow as much as possible, right? Number 6, the planned development shall provide, if possible, for underground installation of utilities, including electricity and telephone, both in public ways and private extensions thereof. Provisions shall be made for acceptable design and construction of stormwater facilities, including grading, gutter, piping, and treatment of turf and maintenance of facilities. Okay, so the second part of that we have, because there's the stormwater facility.
Yeah, the first one, and again, we didn't get to this discussion, but is there at least one utility pole that's kind of on the west side of the alley, right, kind of in the middle of where the parking will go, and so I presume that will have to get addressed. So I don't know if they would bury them. I don't know if they would relocate that utility pole to the other side of the alley.
Well, I mean,
that's part of the construction plan, I imagine.
Well, I think they're supposed to, where possible, put the utilities underground for planned developments. But we have run into situations in the past, actually recently, where where it was possible, but staff did not deem it necessary or advisable to do so. So, Mr. Griffith, do you know what the plan is with respect to varying utilities?
I don't know that plan. I'd have to, I don't know that plan.
Okay.
But it's certainly something that could be conditioned, and something that then would be reviewed by DAPR at that point.
Okay.
Well, yeah, it is kind of an odd situation because there's currently the parking is on the alley, so you kind of have to steer around the utility poles,
Right.
get to your parking spot, but that's the existing condition. Which
Yeah.
isn't- which
So
is
I don't
not-
know. I mean,
Yeah.
that's just something I noticed, but
True, that's not great.
so I don't know. I
It-
know I know utility poles can be relocated because a neighbor who built a particularly tall garage had to pay to have the,
Yeah, no, they get relocated all the time. Absolutely.
so. Well, I
Okay.
guess it's satisfied.
All right, for number 7, for every plan development, there shall be provided a market feasibility statement that shall indicate the consumer market areas for all uses proposed in the development, population potential of the area or areas to be served by the uses proposed, and other pertinent information concerning the need or demand for such uses of land. That is satisfied. They had provided that information. For every plan development involving 20 or more dwelling units. Okay, so we're not going to.
Not applicable.
Not applicable. Zoning administrator may, at his discretion, require the applicant additional studies or impact analyses when he determines that a reasonable need for such investigation is indicated. Not applicable to us. Okay, is that it?
That is it for the standards.
Okay. Any final comments or questions or discussion with respect to this application?
I just have a quick question because I'm kind of new here.
Yeah.
So that's standards for plan developments. Do you guys go through standards for special use as well? Or is that something, because I noticed that on the staff memo that was listed out separately?
Well, plan development is the plan development itself is a special use.
Right, but the standards for special use address different issues than this does. So that's the only reason I was asking.
I will defer to
Megan.
Megan or Michael.
Sorry, it's having issues. It's my problem. We typically do the standards that are listed here.
Because in the staff memo, it lists section 63510, which are the standards for special use that ZBA would use in a special use case.
We don't have those listed out here. We have looked at those previously.
It seems kind of short to me.
I'm not trying to make the meeting go longer. I just have.
Yeah.
It's just a serious, I mean, I don't know because I'm new.
You know, it's
You probably know the standards by heart.
as I said before, more is more, Commissioner Rogers. Can you pull those up? Or let me see if I
Yeah,
can pull.
I'm looking for the slide that has those. Hold on a second.
They're on page 160 of our packet if you're having difficulty finding something.
Of the PDF?
Yes.
I have the screen pulled up, Megan. from the
Yeah,
zoning
that would
code.
be,
Hopefully
that's
I
what I'm
can-
trying to see if we can get a slide, but
Hopefully I can figure out how to share that screen. Hold on.
Okay. All right, so standards are that the special use proposed is one of the special uses specifically listed in the zoning ordinance, which in this case it is. That the special use is in keeping with purposes and policies of the adopted comprehensive general plan and the zoning ordinance as amended from time to time. Well, I mean, again, it's listed as a acceptable use. So
And it's a supportive thing, kind of use in a residential neighborhood. So I think that's probably satisfied.
yeah, okay. It will not cause a negative cumulative effect when its effect is considered in conjunction with the cumulative effect of various special uses of all types on the immediate neighborhood and the effect of the proposed type of special use upon the city as a whole. So this is probably where there's disagreement here.
Yeah, I think that's where we run into a problem, although I would suspect that Willard School is a permitted use in the R1 district. So it's, you could parse words and
But I think the argument is that it exacerbates
right.
the current situation
Yeah, I would agree.
negatively.
Yes.
All right, D, it does not interfere with or diminish the value of property in the neighborhood. I don't know that there's been any real, well, I mean, there's concern about there was concern from the neighbors as to how it would affect their, how they were able to use their property. I don't know that there was any discussion as to the actual value of the property.
I don't think we have any information on this. So it's either not applicable or it's, satisfied.
I would say it's satisfied.
All right, it can be adequately served by public facilities and services. That is satisfied. It does not cause undue traffic congestion. That's where I don't think we have agreement on the commission as to that. That seems to be one of the cruxes for this proposal. It preserves significant historical and architectural resources. Now,
That's a no.
No.
Well,
Unfortunate.
currently it's not a historical preserved building.
Right.
So under current circumstances, I would say that's met. Now in 90 days, that may be different.
Right. Yeah, no, I agree. It's met.
it preserves.
Or it's not applicable, I think, because it's not a historic resource now.
Yeah, it's not applicable because there are no identified significant historical or architectural resources. It preserves significant natural and environmental features. I don't believe there are any significant.
No, there's
natural-
there's that tree, there's that elm tree.
There's the tree, that's right. That's
So this is not satisfied.
not satisfied, okay. It complies with all other applicable regulations of the district in which it is located and other applicable ordinances, except to the extent such regulations have been modified through the plan development process or the grant of a variation. That is satisfied.
Yes.
Because we haven't identified anything that isn't being requested that. Okay. So now that we've done that, and thank you, Commissioner Rogers, for informing us of that deficiency. Any final discussion on this item before we take it to a vote? All right, hearing none, Ms. Jones will call the roll for the vote, and a reminder to commissioners and everyone else that we are a recommending body, and regardless of whether it's recommended for approval or denial, the city council is the final arbiter of the future of this project. With that, Ms. Jones?
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
No.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
No.
Commissioner Rogers,
No.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Sorry, no.
and Chair Isaac.
No.
Is that motion fails 3-5?
Okay, the application will be sent to the city council with recommendation from the commission that it not be approved. Going to our next item. Very hot topic, wireless facilities, cellular towers, text amendment 21 PLND-0010. And I'm sorry, let me just take a second. Mr. Marlis, if you're still here, thank you for your time. Other members of the public that joined in the discussion on that, thank you for attending. Feel free to stay and learn about wireless facilities, but we'll understand if you get off the call now. Ms. Jones, are you going to be presenting this one?
Yes.
Okay, great.
All right, I will try to be quick. Okay, so a little bit of background and summary of how we got to this point. This essentially starts with the Telecommunications Act of 1996. And this established standards and place limits on regulations that state and local authorities are able to create for telecommunication services as they relate to the placement, construction, modification, review procedures for these types of facilities. And some of the key aspects within that particular act were placing a required time frame for review process to 150 days for new wireless facilities, and now 60 days for co-location of wireless facility services. This was previously 90 days. There's also procedural safeguards on the placement, construction, modification, location of wireless facilities, and requiring written reasons for denial of an application with substantial evidence supporting that denial. Now, in 2018, Illinois passed the Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act. There are revised regulations with regard to this within Title VII, Public Ways, so dealing with some of our utility poles and some existing infrastructure within the right of way. And these address the application processes for placement of these facilities within the right of way. We currently do not have any regulations within Title VI, which is zoning, that are relating to these particular structures. Now going back, there was some discussion at the previous meeting regarding the placement of some of these facilities and needing to find a different location. The 2018 Illinois Small Wireless Facilities Deployment Act is actually the act that specifies that if a particular site from an applicant is denied, that a municipality must find a suitable site within 100 feet. of what was proposed. So it's within the state regulations. So I don't have all of the proposed regulations listed out in the PowerPoint, but if you wish to go through those, I can pull up the actual packet and we can go through that way. So the staff proposal drafted regulations that speak to locating these facilities on private property and not just in the right of way. So some of the main points of that were permitting this by right or by special use in each zoning district. Specifically, it would be by right in every district unless the maximum or the proposed height goes above the maximum height that is permitted in the underlying zoning district. And if it goes above that, or is supposed to go above that, then we would have the process go through this special use process in order to get approval. And with regards to clarifying that review process, this speaks to both antennas and wireless structures that support antennas. So we may have a review process where we are just dealing with antennas that are going on top of buildings or on water towers, for example, or it could be playing with a brand new structure on a property that supports a possible co-location of antennas for different providers. So this essentially could possibly be both an accessory use and the principal use on a particular lot, depending on what the needs are. So we also specify the setbacks and locations on the site. Again, this deals a little bit more with if there is a new proposed structure for these types of facilities. And then we would still allow for adjustments to some existing non-conforming wireless facilities, as long as the non-conformity is not expanded on a particular site. If it does, that would require additional review and go through that special use process. And for all of these, if it is not a simple replacement, we would have these go through DAPA review, especially if it's for a brand new facility. So these are the standards for text amendments, which we can go through once we get to that point. But I am available for questions if there are any.
I have a quick question. So the limiting the new construction height to structures within a district would limit it to 35 feet in a lot of places, and a standard utility pole is 40 feet. Is there some reason why we wouldn't just go with the 40-foot standard pole since those would be the most likely place for people to mount these?
That was a thought. I think in order to keep things from being too, I don't want to say controversial, it was the thought to kind of streamline it and keep it at the maximum height that's in the zoning district. But this is also understanding that we do have a number of these facilities that are actually already in the right of way.
Right.
So it is possible that.
I mean, I'm not going to live or die on this. This
Yeah.
is just a
Yeah, I mean,
question.
and it's speaking to that, finding a acceptable alternative site within 100 feet, you could very well get to that utility pole or some kind of existing structure that's within the right of way.
I did, after this came to the zoning committee, I did kind of do a little quick Google search, and actually I read an article that I came across that basically says that for the 5G, the distance, they have to be fairly close together. So 500 feet seems to be the distance we're talking. And the article I came across basically said that utility poles is where you want to put them, just because they're, that's, so I would think that the circumstances where you're putting them on a building or on private property are probably, not as likely as it would be to go on a utility pole. But that's, that's kind of supposition on my part, but
Yeah,
that was kind of the intent.
Yeah, we aren't anticipating seeing a lot of new applications. I'm in talking with the building and permitting manager. He said we don't tend to get a lot of new applications. A lot of what we get is for basically maintenance of what's existing. So we do have some antennas that are on tops of buildings or on water towers within Evanston. So a lot of what staff does see is replacement or upgrading of those existing facilities or putting something on the utility poles in the public right of way.
Is there any consideration to allowing these facilities, like the smaller ones, these micro facilities on existing light poles?
Yep. Well, that's usually where they go.
Yeah,
I thought we were talking about utility
Or
poles
light poles.
and
Actually, light poles is where they are suggesting that they're more likely to go in the future.
Yeah, I mean, this would, and that would, again, probably speak more to the regulations within the public right of way. There are instances where we do have, where we've seen this type of wireless facility be placed on a light pole or even a standalone monopole just to have that ease of placement. And it's usually readily available.
Okay. Is a light pole included in the definition of a utility pole?
It would go in the, it would fall under the public right-of-way regulations in any event. So it's not something that we need to be concerned about with this particular amendment. I don't believe.
Yeah. The only reason I'm asking is because it's with the co-locate or co-location, it talks about a wireless support structure or utility pole. And so if it can go on some other type of pole, I just wanted to, if it's going to be co-located on a light pole, then I figured it would be in there.
I mean, if we need to separate it out, we probably could. I think the assumption was that it was part of just the infrastructure and the public right of way.
Okay. Okay. Any other questions of staff? We'll open it up to questions from the public. Any any questions from the public? I know no one signed up to speak on this item. All right, hearing no questions from the public. Any? Hearing none, we will close the public record and move to commissioner deliberation. Any discussion on the proposal? Is there a motion to approve?
I move to approve.
Commissioner Lindwall. Paper, you gonna second?
I'll second.
Anyone?
I'll second.
Roger seconds. All right. Okay. Let's see. Any amendments or discussion on the motion? If not, we'll pull up the, thank you. Pull up the standards. Whether the proposed amendment is consistent with the goals, objectives, and policies of the comprehensive general plan as adopted and amended from time to time by the city council. This takes us fully into the 21st century. I can't see any reason why I wouldn't be satisfied.
whether the proposed amendment is compatible with the overall character of existing development in the immediate vicinity of the subject property. Well, I think as a whole, this amendment is trying to maintain the character of existing development while also increasing our technological infrastructure. So I would say it's satisfied. Whether the proposed amendment will have an adverse effect on the value of adjacent properties. If what Commissioner Lindwall said was right, and we're ultimately going to see one of these things every 500 feet, it's not going. It's everyone's gonna feel the effect.
Everybody's gonna have one.
Yep.
But I think it's not applicable, you know, or we don't know.
Yeah.
I don't think or actually it may be satisfied. It may, you know, have a positive impact because we're all going to have 5G.
Adequacy of public facilities and services. We're
Intended
trying to make
improve
public
it.
facilities adequate. So it's either satisfied or not. Okay. I don't anticipate any further comment. So Ms. Jones, if you can call the roll for the votes.
All right. Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Linwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Rogers,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
Chair Isaac.
Yes.
That passes unanimously.
Okay, passed unanimously for recommendation of approval by the City Council. And this I absolutely love. Item number 7 proposes to revise commission rules to implement a vote in order to conduct staff meetings to past 11 p.m. You guys see what time it is? It's
Yes.
11 p.m.
Yes. I think that would be a really
So,
idea.
Megan?
That was not planned.
That's why I asked that question, was just
No, I
to
was
drag us
sure,
out till
I was sure we were
11
going to be
o'clock.
done sooner than
So should we have a vote to extend the meeting so we can consider this?
well, I don't, we can't actually make the change now, right?
Oh,
We're gonna
that's right.
talk
It's
about,
for
No, this
discussion
would
anyway.
just be discussion on.
and then
if
you're
we
gonna
continue on
propose
staff.
changes to the rules and
Right.
all that good stuff.
Right.
Okay. Well, Megan, I think you have your answer. It sounds like all the continuing commissioners are in favor of that.
I think that basically, you know, especially in terms of trying to make a decision, if you get too late in the evening, it's too difficult.
I mean, ZBA has a rule like this, that we wouldn't take a new case up after 10, and at 10:30 a meeting could be called, so.
Ooh.
That would be even better.
I like
Well, our
it.
cases were not quite as involved, so they kind of moved through, and we could rearrange the schedule a little bit as necessary, so.
Yeah, we can streamline as necessary if that is the desire of the commission.
I think the meetings have been longer since we've all been doing them on Zoom. So I think there's the positive and negative of being from your house is that people are more comfortable to be on and debate and things like that, that it doesn't seem to be, they all seem to be lasting past 11 now, and previously they didn't. But rules would be great.
All right, so I will work on those and bring them back.
All right. Any comment from those remaining members of the public? All right. Well, before we adjourn, I just want to say it's been an honor and pleasure to serve on the Planning Commission with you all. And thank you, Megan, and other staff. It's been an interesting 6 years, and I know it's not easy, but keep up the good fight. And I'll be watching you guys from time to time.
Oh, you
think
have
we-
to. I
I think we
appreciate your contributions, and I hope I can do half as good a job as you have done. Because you've done a terrific job, I think, of leading the meetings that I've been participating in.
Yeah, I think we all could acknowledge that, Peter. I think you've done a great job, and thank you very much, because you've made our job easier.
Try to protect you guys.
Yeah. No, thank you, Peter. Outstanding chair. Thanks. Really well done.
Thank you.
All right, is there a motion to adjourn?
Well, before we do, I'd like to invite, the zoning committee is going to be considering the amendments to the occupancy and the definition of family on, what did we decide, April 28th?
28th.
And if any of the commissioners would like to participate or at least listen in on that discussion, that would be very welcome.
I would be very interested.
Oh,
in
and
work-
Good. We could use an extra zoning committee member anyway.
That's what I would be interested in working with you on, having worked with the zoning ordinance for 10 years at ZBA. I would hope I could bring something to that committee.
The committee will need a new chair, because usually the chair of the planning commission does not chair the zoning committee.
Oh, that's true. Vice chair usually does. So Commissioner
So-
Draper
I don't think I can, commitment wise.
on that particular, or just generally.
Generally,
All right. Well, we'll have to then perhaps
We
Commissioner
can vote
Rogers
on it.
would
at
be
the-
what
I think we can probably
we can deal with.
take a vote at that particular meeting.
Yeah.
But then we can place Commissioner Rogers on
that committee.
the
That would
subcommittee.
be,
Yeah.
that would be great.
Do you want to take a vote right now to put him on the committee, so you can have a
That
quorum?
would be great.
Yes, please. If that's it's not really on our agenda, but if we can do that, that would be terrific.
We're adding it now.
Okay.
Commissioner Rogers has been nominated by Commissioner Lindwall. And Commissioner Draper, I presume you second
second.
that nomination? Okay. Ms. Jones, please call the roll for the vote.
Commissioner Draper,
Yes.
Commissioner Halleck,
Yes.
Commissioner Hugo,
Yes.
Commissioner Johnson,
Yes.
Commissioner Lindwall,
Yes.
Commissioner Westerberg,
Yes.
Chair Isaac. Mr.
Yes.
Rogers have you as abstaining.
Okay. And then we'll work out chairing the committee, I guess, at the next meeting.
Yeah, we can do that then.
All right.
Now we
Motion
can,
to adjourn?
sure. Now I'll make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
All right, Lindwall, Westerberg seconds. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? We are adjourned. Take care, everyone.
All right.
Thanks. Good luck.
Okay.
Good night.
And
Yeah.
Everyone.
Hope to see you at Valley again,
Yeah.
Peter.
I'll see you in the neighborhood.
Around with your family.